better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the soul. Here we go. Put your hands up. 'Cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill you. There's no stopping us now. We'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the soul. Here we go. Put your hands up. 'Cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome from here, from the lakes, from the Isles of Lake Hancock, right here in Central Florida. You're seeing a beautiful shot there coming to us from the southern end of this great facility that has hosted some brilliant skiing up until now here in the 2024 King of Darkness event. My name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. All right, so our schedule today is going to feature pretty much, it's a jump fest all the way through the day today. We've got women's jump round one, which will be our lead-off event. Then men's jump round one, and then we repeat the cycle for round two. All of the women advance through to the nighttime final, of which there are 5 of them, and the top 6 men advance out of round one with a second round Reparcharge in play. To fill the remaining 2 spots to give us an 8 skier final. So round one for men, the top 6 advance, and those skiers that do advance from that round have the option to ski the second round, but the second round will be more of a qualification round for the remaining 2 spots for skiers that didn't make it through to the final out of round number 1. All right, so this is the 13th spot, or 13th stop rather, of the Waterski Pro Tour. Glad to have the pleasure of your company, and also glad to have the pleasure of the company of my good friend Kiwi, Kylie. How you doing this morning,
Yeah,
sir?
good morning, Tony. How you doing?
I am doing pretty good. Sun's shining brightly here. No, hardly a cloud in the sky. I mean, it's like more like high-level clouds, you know.
Yeah, beautiful day, beautiful day. You saw on that drone footage looking over the lakes of Isles of Lake Hancock. Glass calm water, beautiful conditions. We've had some pretty average weather down here in the Central Florida region over the last couple of weeks, but it's turning out today, and obviously yesterday was pretty nice too, with some huge slalom scores. I was unfortunately couldn't make it yesterday to hang with you and call that, but Tony, it was some amazing skiing, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Some great slalom in yesterday, you know, where it, you know, like Will Asher couldn't even make it into the top 4 by scoring one of his better scores of the season, you know, with 5 at 41 off, you know.
Crazy, crazy. Did you talk to many of the skiers afterwards? What was happening out there? Just everyone pumped, beautiful lake, beautiful conditions, the Mastercraft Pro Star.
Didn't get a chance to speak to many of them, you know, after the event. Although I'm probably have a chance to do that later on this evening, you know. But just being a really brutal cut from the amount of skiers that they had, you know, which was 11 all the way down to 4, you know, that probably, you know, just really psyched them up.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Tony. Actually, when I was watching that, you know, usually the cuts to 8, you know, they got 2 rounds. And they kind of know 3 is a decent score, but when you
cut four is probably a certainty.
When you're cutting to 4 spots straight, you know, and you got 2 rounds, they know they have to go for it. You saw these guys out there at 3-ball going, yeah, it's not enough. I got to turn it. And then they were turning 4 and going, hey, so I think you're right. Like they just knew they had to go for it right from the get-go. Joel Poland went out early, second skier, and laid a big score out, and everyone else followed. It was pretty cool to see. I was disappointed I wasn't here. I felt a little bit for Freddie Winter sitting here with you, not skiing and watching these guys out there. Some of the best skiing ever in a pro preliminary round. I think it was cool to see him excited about it, but I know deep down he's going, geez, I wish I was there with you.
Yeah, he's going to stay patient though. He ain't going to put a ski on his foot until January at the very earliest.
Yeah, I heard him say that, and I talked to him a while back about him trying to. He says he's going to be ready for and head down to Moomba no matter what. So, but today it's all about jump skiing. It's all about 2 skis. So there's Hannah Streltsova just kind of warming up. We're going to kick off with the women's jump here. Like you said, 5 skiers, cut into 4 and for the show tomorrow night. Really looking forward to that. Tony starting at 4 o'clock, I believe, tomorrow evening and going through till about around 10 o'clock. Under the lights, finishing off with the men's jump. But this morning it's the preliminary rounds. Like I said, 5 of the best women jumpers, and then I think it's 10 or 11 men.
Yeah, 10 or 11 men on the list. We'll have that list sooner to the event itself. But some great skiing coming. We got 5 female jumpers. All of them will advance through to the next round. So I mean, essentially they've got a seeding round coming up. And as you say, the conditions are absolutely pristine out here. A save for a little bit of a headwind, which is always advantageous for the women for the jump event. So it looks like we've just gotten word that the start has been delayed to 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time, as we try and eke out the very last few days of Eastern Daylight Time before we bring the clocks back an hour and and have brighter mornings but earlier darker nights. So.
Gotcha. Yep, we'll sit tight for a little bit.
All right then. So with that in mind, we've got the world's top water ski jumpers in both the women's and the men's. So for those of you that are watching us right now, whether you are trying to kick back in your dreary cubicle office somewhere on the other side of the world, or whether you're working outdoors or picking up the phone and checking out the coverage in between whatever work that you do, or indeed you're couch surfing a little bit and watching us on your big screen at home, you're all equally welcome watching this event. This is the 2024 King of Darkness, so make sure you grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we're going to throw down in the next few minutes. 9:30 start we anticipate for, with the women's jump round 1, and all that to come right after this.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh. Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go, go! On your mark, get ready, set, go! All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh.
All right, welcome back, and you join us for continuing coverage of the 2024 King of Darkness right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock in Winter Garden, Central Florida. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Ead, and let's have a look at that leaderboard in the women's slalom event. We'll start off with that, and it will show that Jamie Bull, and this is the Pro Tour standings, by the way. Jamie Bull on 310 points, above Ali Nicholson on 223, only marginally ahead of Regina Jaquist. And a person that could pick up a whole bunch of points here in this competition, she currently leads out of the opening round of this competition, is Whitney McClintock-Rini, and she has definitely impressed over the last few events, winning most of them.
Yeah, for sure. She's skiing exceptionally well towards the last half of this season. But look how close it is. Obviously, Jamie Bull a little bit on her own out there, number one. But Ali Nicholson, Regina Jaquist, Whitney, what is that? 7 points between the three of them. And not far behind Manon Costard. Obviously, she just missed out. So close to the top four. But, those top four on the leaderboard are the top four that will be contesting things tomorrow night.
Yeah, could get
so a lot to play for in the women's slalom Pro Tour standings, and obviously one more event down in Miami next weekend, is it? Next weekend?
Yep.
Yeah, so a lot can change. Jamie Bull's going to be feeling pretty comfortable, but with the likes of Ali Nicholson, Regina Jaquist, and Whitney all skiing super strong towards the tail end of the year, and a couple more events to go with big points, anything can happen in that one, that's for sure. Yes,
absolutely, and let's have a look at the men's leaderboard in the Waterski Pro Tour standings, and Will Asher currently on the 296.
So a lot happened yesterday with this one, Tony. I want you to tell us through it. Will Asher's out there on his own with 296. This event has got to be included, and Miami Pro, but his performance yesterday of getting fifth, what did that mean?
Basically, that meant that the amount of points that he got for finishing in fifth was enough to actually put him over the top. And even if Nate Smith was to come through and win the Miami Pro event and win with the top score, it wouldn't be enough to close the gap on Will Asher. As a matter of fact, the closest that Nate Smith can get is a 294.
So basically that's official then, right? We're gonna go with that and congratulate Will Asher on winning the 2024
and I tell you
Pro
what,
Tour standings.
And I tell you what, I mean, if you're looking to try and put yourself up a little bit higher on the podium, I mean, Corey Vaughan has a pretty darn good chance here, because he is in that. He has the tied best score right now. Because each of them have the tied score, none of them can claim the additional 2 points.
Yep.
But Corey could usurp Nate Smith and go from third into second.
So a lot to change. A lot to change around second on down through till maybe the seventh. But let's talk about Will a little bit. Bittersweet for him yesterday. He skied he skied rather average in the first round. He fell early. He had some sort of mishap.
If it were an 8 skier cut.
Yeah. But then he went out and absolutely crushed it with a 5 at 41 pretty early on in the second round, and didn't make the top four. So heartbreaking for him. But like I said, bittersweet moment. That 5 at 41, even though he missed, he still did enough to claim the Tour title. He won it in 2022, was third last year, came back in 2024, and he's won it already without even, and nothing can change after these last two stops. So congrats to him. Now let's look at second through, seventh there. It's 160 points to 143 points. So 17 points split up from seventh to seventh. So anything can happen there, and that's getting a spot on the podium on the Pro Tour standings is a big deal. I know Corey Vaughan, look at him, he's sitting there. Nate Smith's been there, and he's won. He's been on the top three for years. But Corey Vaughan, got the likes of Colmack, Robert Hazelwood, John Travis, they probably haven't been there as much.
Yeah,
so
Corey
they're
Vaughan.
shooting for it.
Corey Vaughan in the last 15 years couldn't even buy himself a win, but I mean, he won the Nationals in California. He won Oxfordshire Pro in the midpoint of the season during the summer, and he seems to be riding that new KD ski really, really well indeed.
Yeah, congrats to him and to And to run a 41 off pass yesterday, he has done it. It's been quite a number of years. I want to say 10 years or so since he first ran his 41. He'd never done it in a pro competition, and it's the first time it's been achieved on a KD ski. So that was a monumental sort of performance from Corey yesterday to get him kind of equal top seed going into this final tomorrow night, and sticking him right there in second spot.
Yeah, so
over the leaderboard for 2024.
All right, then. Speaking about brands a little bit here, we've got our brand leaderboard, Syndicate, way out in front. Almost pretty much doubling up on what Good has been able to do so far as points are concerned. Radar Skis currently in third spot with a 367, D3 on a 314. And LaPointe on 157 points. So I mean, it's
looking at that leaderboard, Tony. Syndicate won it last year, correct?
Yeah, they did.
2023, and they were miles ahead. Last year. Was there some changes in the second and third spots? Was Did Good climb up a little bit?
Marginally.
Yeah, I believe D3 was higher. Maybe a little bit on the backs of the absence of Freddie Winter. The last half of this season, he's been out with an injury, and then obviously Nate Smith, maybe not skiing as many events and not as quite as well earlier on the season.
And then of course Dane Meckler on Team Good as well has been largely absent during the season, but they have fought back, and Thomas de Gasperi and Regina Jaquist picking up a little bit of that
for sure. And obviously the HO Syndicate team. Hinging largely on Will Asher's performance, skiing so strong this year, and Jamie Bull, being in top there too.
All right, then. So let's have a look at the women's jump and our jump standings, brought to you, as always, by John K. Phillips Haulage in the United Kingdom. And, I mean, way out in front there, Hannah Stroltsova coming into the last event of the season with a commanding lead. And in second spot right now, Alexandra Danyashkaya, Sasha Danyashkaya in second spot there, and Brittany Greenwood in there, just getting into the top three on the 73 points. But Hannah Stroltsova, I mean, is every single event you can almost bet that she will be among those on the podium, if not win the event.
Yeah, she's been the standout performer over the last couple of years. She's a fair ways ahead. I don't think she can be caught. The second through maybe third, fourth, it's close. And obviously this event is going to play a big part in who ends up on the podium there. Hannah Streltsova, though, in the number one spot, commanding lead.
All right then. So, and pretty much most of that list that you see will be attending the event. The notable absences is going to be Lauren Morgan, obviously alongside Dominique Allard and Yuta Menestrina, and everyone else on that list, Valentina Gonzalez, Regina Jaquist, Brittany Greenwood, Sasha Danyashkaya, and of course Hannah Stroltsova, all present here and on that list, brought to you by John K. Phillips. All right, then, let's have a look at the men's jump, shall we? And with his score of 132 points, Joel Poland currently in the lead, and from what we're able to tell, with the amount of points available, and he's pretty much all but taken this season-long title.
Yeah, well, obviously, it's been a long season for a lot of these competitors. Been a number of events, and Joel Poland has skied consistently. He's won. I think maybe he's been on the top of the podium a couple times, I believe. Freddie's had a couple of wins there too. But yeah, Joel's out in front, and I don't think Freddie can catch him this weekend, unfortunately. But what I want to know, a point to note there, Luca Ruchenwald. Freddie's going to claim second if Joel's winning. But Luca, look at him. He's sitting in third spot. Taylor Garcia not far behind, and Jack Critchley right there too. But I don't think he can be caught. So Jack and Louis Duplon Fribourg. So it's a lot of competition there in the sort of third through fifth. But congrats to Luca there, sitting in third and looking pretty. He's been jumping well the last couple seasons. So I'm kind of a little surprised, but great to see him in third spot right now.
And between Freddie Krueger and Taylor Garcia, actually had the opportunity to see them take a couple of decent pokes off this jump. And Freddie in practice nearly jumped 235 feet.
Wow.
And Taylor Garcia went straight up afterwards, in practice, and nearly jumped 230 himself.
Now, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the jump competition, especially in some good conditions. Like I said earlier, we've struggled down here, with the hurricane coming through, and then just sort of crazy weather, windy, gusty, and the slalom skiers, I think, have been able to stay on the water. For jumping, you don't want to be pushing things when it's a bit up and down. And Freddie came to an event last weekend just to get some practice, and he didn't look like he normally does. He was struggling a little bit, but it seems like this week it's settled down. He's had some training, and it's good to see. By the sounds of it, he's back in form, and he's going to be. He may not be able to catch the Tour standing winner, Joel Poland, but he wants to take this event. He's done it in the past, and he doesn't want to. He wants to end the year on a win.
Yeah, you give Central Florida enough time, and it cleans up pretty nicely. I tell you what, I would imagine, without probably actually seeing too much of what happened at your place, Ski Fluid, that the water was inordinately high and maybe a little bit rolly and.
Yeah, well, we were lucky. I mean, it came up a lot. Yes, it was above the docks, like a lot of the places, and we couldn't really ski until it dropped a little bit. But it did drain pretty fast, so we were able to have an event last weekend. But I know a lot of the sites, especially including this one, everything had to be put on hold, and there's been a ban on wakes. A lot of, especially in Lake County, where the water's been high around this area, and no one's been able to be on the water.
Has it been a similar situation in the surrounding counties, such as Orange and Polk?
I believe so. Yeah, I think there's a lot of areas that the water, is crazy high, and it's just destroying docks and eroding shorelines. So, put water skiing and wakeboarding, wake surfing, especially, those events have been put kind of on hold to kind of protect the lakes.
All right then. So. And have to give a big shout out to the Garcia family for hosting us for the King of Darkness. That family and their associates, opening up their homes, the facility here to be able to host the King of Darkness, and they've certainly been working feverishly to make this event happen, all the way up to and including pumping out enough of the water here to where it's actually skiable for our world's top athletes.
No, for sure. I mean, it's stressful enough trying to put on a huge event like this. The Garcia family and a lot of the guys around here, the volunteers that kind of help out, put a ton of time into this event. But to throw in the mix the high water that they had to kind of pump out and get the site back in order to host this event. So congrats to them for getting it done, and we're having the prelims yesterday and today, and the finals will start tomorrow. I've got a bit of a schedule here. Starts at 4 o'clock, I believe.
Yeah.
And the women's slalom is going to kick that off. It's the head-to-head. We saw the prelims for that yesterday. The men's head-to-head will follow around sort of 5:15. Then we'll be moving into the finals of the women's head-to-head slalom. The men's slalom head-to-head finals around 6:15. Women's jump's going to start about 7:15, and the men's jump, the top 8, will start off at 8 o'clock, finishing up around 10 o'clock. I know in between there's going to be a bit of a trick challenge between Joel Poland, Dorian Llewellyn. There's going to be a ski show. There's a ton of action, on site during that schedule. There's free rides, there's free ice cream, there's food trucks.
Uh-huh.
I know a lot of you guys
come on out.
here. Yeah, come on out.
Come on out if you're around.
We want you watching the webcast, but we also want, this is one of those events that we want you, out here live and participating, and they get big crowds out here, and it's a great atmosphere.
Yes, indeed. Come on out here if you're around this area, and you can also watch the webcast as well. I mean, you've got the YouTube channel on your device, and speaking of which, you can go to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe. That will give you the ability to participate in the live chat and also be informed as to when the next live event goes online. And also on the TWBC YouTube channel is also the playlist that contains the TWBC podcast. You can check in on that and check the latest episodes. I will endeavor to create some more episodes between now and then.
I know you've been busy, Tony. What's the latest ones you've been putting on there?
Got the interviews from Whitney McClintock-Greeny and Lucas Cornell from the from the Travers Grand Prix.
Yep.
That was an interesting interview to actually have one of the most experienced and one of the most decorated athletes in Whitney McClintock really conversing alongside one of the young guns coming through, Lucas Cornell as well. And it was certainly an interesting head-to-head matchup on that one. But yeah, also managed to speak to Luke Cornell before the actual event, and it would be certainly interesting to actually hear what he was projecting to do in his typical southern. I wouldn't say southern Australian. It would be more like, southern hemisphere draw from his part of the world in the Queensland.
So Lucas Cornell, what a statement he made this year on the Pro Tour. So yeah, I'm going to check that out for sure. I want to hear what he has to say. He's always he's pretty candid on his interviews. So
yeah, he is.
And the youngest winner we've had in pro slalom skiing anyway, and since maybe 2005 is what I heard. But an absolute standout performance a couple of weeks ago at the Travers Grand Prix, winning that event. And kind of making a name for himself all year. He's skied well at Moomba to kick things off, and kept it going all season long. He wasn't at this event. I think he went back to Australia, and it was the young Charlie Ross. He was the youngster in the field yesterday, but it was the older guys, Tony, that came through and made the top 4 yesterday. I think it was what was the youngest skier in it?
32 was about the cutoff.
I heard you guys talking about that yesterday. So yeah, although I wasn't here, I was definitely catching up and staying in tune with what was happening and some of the best skiing ever seen in a pro event. So great performances yesterday, and we're expecting big things today off that jump ramp right there with the Mastercraft banner down the side. The Mastercraft 6.2 litre Pro Star will be used today, the best jump boat in the business, and absolutely swinging these skiers in, and we're hoping for some huge things.
And the ramp is well set up for nighttime competition because a few days ago, actually, Freddie Krueger actually went to the jump and actually used some black shoe polish to actually darken up the surface of the jump so it doesn't glare back at the skiers so much when the lights come on. That was a neat little trick. Have you seen that done before?
I have actually, yes, and I know Freddie's one of those guys that he does well. Earlier in his career, he had trouble at night. He really struggled, and that was one of the things that I think maybe the glare on the ramp. He struggled seeing it, so. And I know it helps all the skiers, but it definitely is an advantage. Maybe easier for him to see. So everything's set up for tomorrow night. But right now it's the women's jump list. It's Valentina Gonzalez from Chile kicking it off, and then after that it's an all-American affair. We got Regina Jaquist, Brittany Wharton, Sasha Denishevskaya, and Hannah Streltsova.
All right, then, tantalizing competition. Essentially, these 2 rounds for women are indeed a seeding round, so we're looking to see if the seedings stay the way they are approaching the competition, starting off with Vale Gonzalez, who comes to us from Santiago de Chile. And looking to try and end off her season in pretty good form before she returns to South America and rejoins her family. Family consisting of a world championship level tricker in the form of Matty Gonzalez. I'm sure Matty is looking in wherever he happens to be, and also their family contains a world-class level triathlete as well in the form of their father, of course. But.
Oh yeah, the whole family excels. They're top athletes. She's got also 2 sisters, Josefa and Dominga. They're also top water skiers, and obviously Maddie Gonzalez, 2-time junior world champion, and tricking in excess of 12,500 points or so. But Valet she's a great overall skier, and today it's just going to be the jump event. But she's been coming back from an ankle injury, but performing well and consistent all year long. And I like the looks of this. We've got a camera going on top of her head. So we saw that a couple of weeks ago. We had the helmet cam, and it looks like we're going to get a little view, get a little perspective. There it is. She shakes the soap out of her bindings on her D3 skis. Oh, she's almost hit herself in the head with the ski.
Hit the camera with ski.
don't
That
need
would have been a great start, huh?
Yeah, Vince wouldn't be happy about that to kick things off here. But look at that that view, beautiful glass calm water, and a good-looking boat about to pull Valley off the dock for her first jump. The boat speed set at 54 kilometers per hour, 33 miles. And the ramp height, 5.5 for these open women. That's the max height, max speed. Of course, all these skiers get 3 jumps.
And how many blades on the prop?
There'll be 3 blades on this prop. It's a 6.2 liter, 3 blades, and this thing absolutely hauls butt down the lake, especially when those skiers turn to the jump. It's got the torque, it's got the power to swing them in, and all the jump. Every year, the longest jump of the season is always behind a Mastercraft Pro Star. And from the drone, you see the tournament boat heading around the turn island, and they'll take their line up. And for those of you new to waterski jumping, you will see them pull out to the left, and they set up their timing right from the start. It is across the wakes. She's going to, Valet Gonzalez, pull out to the left here. There it is. And there's a 500, 600, and 700 foot buoy. That's distance from the jump that she uses her timing to make the turn right there as she hooks just before the 600 and pulls out nice and wide. They're trying to get in front of the boat here.
All right,
slow things down, make a turn, and here we go. Jump number 1, Valet Gonzalez.
Drives in, good opening looking jump there, and nicely done. And we're going to have a look at the instant replay and see what the view was from that camera on top of her head, and we'll see how much room she had to work with coming off the turn and through the second wakes. And let's have a look at this from our original tower cam angle. We've got Jeremy behind the camera there, beautifully framing up that shot. And a good-looking...
yeah, beautiful first jump for Valet. Pretty easy, though. Went a little bit on the conservative side. Here's their angle from the boat. Yeah, you can see that angle that she's cutting at the ramp there, just on the... Yeah, giving herself some room to spare, taking a bit of a warm-up jump. Hits middle of the jump. Beautiful ramp work, and flies this one down the lake. And we're going to say it's close to, I'm guessing, around 150 feet. She is a very, very consistent competitor. But she's gonna need a big jump for her to make the top 4, with the likes of Regina Jaquez, Brittany Wharton, Sasha, and Hannah to follow. I'm going to say she's going to at least at 165 or plus.
Yeah, I mean, she landed pretty much on top of that first white buoy to the left side of her landing, and one would probably suggest that that's about 150 feet, lining up a little bit short. Here she comes. This is Valentina Gonzalez on jump number 2, 54 kilometers an hour, or 33 miles an hour. Setting the letter on the 0 off at S, and here she comes. Oh, and taking a pass there on jump number 2. Didn't feel comfortable.
Didn't know exactly what happened there. Well, that one's going to be good to see from the helmet cam, just to see if she was, in fact, too late, or sometimes maybe a little bit too early. But you see her slap her ski down. She was a bit frustrated that she couldn't take that jump. The first jump was 149 feet, 45.5 meters. And here's your helmet cam replay. And I think she was a little on the early side. Yeah,
exactly.
Like
I mean, a direction off the second wake would have suggested that if she really wanted to take that jump, she needed to back off, But not a good thing to do.
No, not a good thing to do in tournament jump water skiing. You want to make sure you're on edge and you're parrying, accelerating, driving through the ramp. Sometimes being a little early is actually more dangerous than being late, especially if you kind of start to let up a little bit and still try and kick the jump ramp. Never a good combination.
All right, so third and last jump to come. Ramp, incidentally, 1.65 meters high, or 5.5 foot high. Standard ramp height for pro women. And max boat speed for women at 33 miles an hour, or 54K. So beautiful conditions out there. The only clouds in the sky as she looks upwards there to kind of help us out with that shot. Just one of those, just some of those serious clouds up there, the high level, you know, and normally pretty good indication of
Serious
clouds.
Cirrus clouds, that's it.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we're getting a little
Meteorological.
lesson. Yeah. Okay, round the turn line, and Bailey Gonzalez. One jump left. Only the best will count. Right now she has 149 on the board. As we said, I think it's going to take 160, 165 feet at least to have a shot. The other girls, Regina, Brittany, Sasha, Hannah, all going in excess of 165, 170, maybe 175, quite consistently so far this year on tour. And this is her third and final shot as she sets up, makes her turn. Hopefully she's brought it down a little bit.
Here she comes. That's better. That's the best jump out of the three.
I think it's going to be, Tony. I think that's going to be her longest, but you can still see out of the turn, she didn't really kind of drive through the end of her turn, create the angle and the whip that she wanted to. She always kicks the ramp. You know, she came off smoothly, but right here, she's just kind of lacking the intensity, I think, that's going to take her down far enough. And I'm going to guess that's around the same distance as her first one. Maybe just a little bit further, a couple feet.
I think it is going to be a little bit longer, maybe about a couple of feet here and there. And yes, the distance is coming through at 46 meters exactly, 46 meters, or the equivalent of 151 feet. So she comes away with a distance that allows her to soar marginally past that first white buoy along the shoreline, which is about 150 feet. But a decent start. I mean, nothing spectacular yet, but she does have a second round in which to improve her seeding should that opportunity present itself.
Yeah, for sure. So the beauty of the format of this event is, and we saw that in the slalom too. Obviously, there's 2 rounds this morning, 2 rounds to make the cut, to make it through to tomorrow evening's event. So a little bit of a seeding round, some opportunity for these skiers to get the ranking list performances that they're looking for. And so there's not a whole lot of pressure on this first round. They can kind of feel things out. Jumping is one of those events you don't want to be kind of forced too much. So they've got some opportunity here this morning. There's a couple of rounds. There's kind of a seeding round for the second round. So we're going to see a little bit of different strategies to kind of feel things out. I don't think any skier is going to push things right off the bat. And Valet just kind of sizing things up in her first round.
All right, then hoping to do more or less the same thing is Regina Jaquist, who comes to us originally from Santa Rosa Beach in the northern part of Florida, but has been known to train a little bit further south in the Sunshine State over at your place there, Kiwi. And any inside information you've got on how she's been training and what kind of distances she's been throwing out there?
Well, I mean, Regina's got so much experience in all 3 events. Obviously, slalom's her strength. She's the world record holder, and her primary focus is going to be on that event this weekend. But when she is got confidence, when she's been on the water a lot, she is a really strong jumper. And she won this event last year. Tony, it was a bit of a surprise sort of win for her. She went out on a 3/4 cut, jumped 176 feet, I believe, and came through with the win. So this is your defending champion, I believe.
Indeed, and I mean, she's won a whole bunch of tournaments in recent seasons. You know, not only in just the slalom event where she's been almost uniquely dominant over the last few seasons, but I mean, she's won the Pan American Games in terms of women's jump. As we get ready for Regina's second jump, we see Brittany Wharton, who comes to us out of Arkansas, and we'll look forward to seeing her jump very, very soon. But in the meantime, between now and then, are the remaining 2 jumps for Regina Jaquist.
So a pass on jump number 1 for Regina, and she takes a moment as she heads down the lake, kind of thinks about things. I know she's got Jack Critchley on the sidelines, kind of helping her out a little bit with her timing, with her setup. Yes, I have seen her ski quite a lot over the last couple of years. She's a little training down with me, and she's a strong skier. Like I said, tons of experience. her personal best is in the 180s, 182, I think, maybe a little bit further. I know in the back of her head, it's she's been around the sport a long time, but in the back of her head, she wants that U.S. record. It stands, I think, at 188 feet. Alex Laurentana currently has that. So there, she would love to get back to that sort of distance. She had a knee injury a couple of years ago, and has been slowly working her way back. And we just saw the winners of the past few years, and she did in fact win this event last year with 176 feet. Yeah, she's going to take her time though. She's kind of getting on in her career, I guess, especially as a waterski jumper. So she's sort of pretty selective about the events she goes to, and a little bit more cautious maybe than she was in her younger days.
On letter T, which is one letter higher compared to the Valle Gonzalez. Now let's see what this does for her off the second week. Taking a bit of a shoulder charge there as she came off the top of the jump and not fully extending off the top as a result.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a harder impact to the ramp than she would like. She definitely got the setup. She had a pretty good turn, had a little bit more speed than we saw Valle Gonzalez take to the ramp, but struggled with her ramp work there. So hopefully she can kind of smooth that a little bit, relax a little bit. That's her sort of first time over here. And now that she knows how things feel, you see her leg kind of buckle a little bit, chest come down, and lost a fair bit of distance on the ramp that time.
All right, but it is enough to take the lead, however. It's a 46.4 or 152 feet, 46.4 meters, and we will be giving you the distances in both metric and Imperia, and it's 40 centimeters better.
Yeah, so the beauty of that jump for Regina is now she's sort of ahead of Valle. She needs to make the top four, so she's sort of done that in this round. Obviously, there's a second round to come, but she's sort of done what she needs to do in round number one so far.
All right, so she hasn't lost a seeding place, put it that way, and there are 3 more jumpers to come. So I mean, she could potentially move up 1 or 2 places, but
she's not going to be happy with that jump.
No,
yeah, she's done what she needs. She's done her job. You'd say she's done her job to try and get a seeding into the next round and get ahead. You can see it from that drone angle way out in front of the boat.
Oh, slack line off the turn.
Yeah, this is a later approach. Can she kick it? Right ski pulls back a little bit, but that's going to be her longest jump. She definitely had more speed. I think she rushed her turn a little bit, like you saw Tony.
Could that be a jump that will put her in the top 3, possibly?
Maybe. I don't know. The last 3 girls have been jumping so strong. You know, Brittany's had a couple.
Look at the slack in this turn there.
Yeah, a little bit. I think that was definitely her best approach. You know, was in the course enough, and powered in with more speed. But you just see that right ski pull back a little bit. We're going to wait on some distance. I think it's going to be her longest. There it is, 47.5, 156 feet. So good
4
third
feet
and final
further.
jump. Yep, added distance each jump. But really, I mean, really, she's done her job, but she knows she's got some work to do. If she wants to end on the podium, tomorrow night, she's got to find another 10, 15 feet.
But that was a wonderful drone angle
Yeah,
there, cool. just highlighting the little tiny bit of slack in the line. Because I mean, if you get a little bit of slack in the line like that, it could have some serious repercussions so far as your ability to turn and hold the angle off from that angle.
I've seen it work both ways, Tony. I'm sure you have too. You know when they've got a little loose line, they're in the course, they're late.
They're deep.
Yeah, they're deep. And I've seen Jarrett Llewellyn break a world record with a ton of slack rope in his turn over at McCormick's. He was late, and he just kind of Hail Mary turned it.
At that point, it's just pure willpower.
Oh, yeah, but it set him up for the right spot, and he went, I think it was 240 feet or so, or close to it. And I've seen it end in tears, too, or end in disaster. Because that slack rope kind of comes on hard. It's an abrupt pull at the beginning of your cut. You get a little bit out of position. You're tense. You're panicking. You're late, and things go wrong pretty quick. So she managed to calm things down, and that was her best cut. She definitely had the speed to go a long way there, and you saw it from the drone. She didn't get the ramp work. She crushed on the ramp. It's
kind of the difference between the jump having you or you having the jump.
Yeah, the jump had its way with her on that. Actually, on both of those jumps, she didn't. It wasn't very smooth through the 5.5 foot jump ramp. and she's going to have to work on that for the second round and for the final tomorrow night if she makes it.
All right, then, here we go. We have got Brittany Wharton coming in. She is selecting letter T on the 0-off, and I'll have Carla kind of explain the difference between the two letters that we've seen so far. But she seems to have some pretty good control off the turn. This is Brittany Wharton.
Oh, that's the longest jump
beautiful.
so far. Wow. What a jump.
I think that, what do you say, about a 159, I would say?
I'm going to go into the 60s on that one. You saw her come across. What I love about Brittany's skiing, she jumps the wakes really smoothly, lands on that right ski, and then sort of takes the whip into the bottom. Really beautiful ramp work, and she's definitely in the, I'm going to say she's in the 60s and right from jump number one. I don't know kind of how late this one was, but there's the wake crossing, lands so smooth on that right ski. And I saw a distance coming up, 170 feet. There you go, Tony. Yeah, just looked so much stronger from the second wake to the ramp than our earlier two competitors. Figured out the ramp work and just floated one down there. And she's really starting to get this girls' jump event going. There's our first 170 feet. And these next two competitors, I'm sure, will join her in the 170s. What an angle there. Later approach, but holding direction. So, yeah, stays away from the corner.
Still had plenty of room, though.
And that's all that to me, it's that wake crossing, landing and keeping direction off the second wake. It gives you the speed, it gives you the pull from the boat, and the comfort. You know, she's not right on the corner. She's obviously in a strong position, and then everything's sort of signed, sealed, and done by then. You know she's going to get the lift off the jump when you're driving into the ramp with the pull from the boat. Everything's lined up. The ramp work is kind of an afterthought. It just happens.
All right, then, and we've got Brittany Wharton coming in on jump number 2, already in the lead and guaranteed at least a top 3 position so far as her seeding is concerned at this stage in the game. Obviously, we've got a second round coming up fairly soon, but
another beautiful jump.
Another one, just absolutely stomping it out there. She's coming into this event with some fire.
Yeah, I'm liking what I see right now, this early morning jump round for Brittany Wharton, who one of those competitors who had a knee injury maybe a year or so ago, has fought back strong. She works out hard. She watches what she eats. She's a nutritionist, but she's really sort of got back into the swing of things and ended up on podiums so far this year. I think she was second at the Mastercraft Pro a couple weeks ago, and with form like that, 171, she's added another foot. You know what, though, Tony? We said this round is kind of a bit of a warm-up. It's kind of a bit of a seeding round. She's done her job to make it into the final. I can't see how 171 foot is not going to make the top 4. For tomorrow night. But she's going to be looking to use this next jump and the next round to go 180 feet. She's done it in the past.
All right.
She's been in the 80s, and the way she's coming out in this round so far, she's close. She's not far off.
All right, then. So let me ask you this question. Will she benefit from having a letter up higher from letter S to letter T?
Yeah, you were asking about the letters for our competitors. Each skier gets to choose what letter they want, and typically it's a decision that's based on how they want the pull to come on. They want it to come on hard out of the turn, and a little bit on how strong of a skier they are. All these girls are around in S or a T, maybe going a little bit higher for maybe Hannah or someone like that right at the end. And it's right there as they finish the turn. There's a switch on the rope that comes on and sort of tells the boat how to apply the gas. But the GPS system in the boat also, if you choose too high a letter and you're not sort of strong enough, or you're cutting strong enough to hold it back, it can get out in front a little bit, and then it won't be as strong from the wakes to the ramp. So you've got to kind of balance that. You want it strong out of the turn to pick you up and kind of get you moving, but if you choose too high, then it doesn't finish, and it's that all-important sort of wakes to ramp that you want it to be driving. So you can't just keep going up and up and up and expect it to do more and be better for you.
All right, then, on that last jump, 174, 174 feet or 53.1 meters, a good drive off the second wake here as we see the replay shot being produced to us by Connor Pesic. Really good tracking of our competitor there, Brittany Wharton, and there we go, 174, and
what a set!
Yeah.
170 feet, 171 on jump 2, 174 on jump 3. So, and just looked right in touch all the way through. There was no sort of scary moments for her. She knew exactly where she wanted to be. was improving every jump, and big things for round 2 and hopefully tomorrow night.
All right, then. Looks like Brittany Wharton making her way back to the dock, and once she gets back to the dock, she'll hand her helmet over to our camera technician on the side of the lake, Licia Bagnoli, who will make that a camera available for our last competitor. But our penultimate competitor about to take to the water right here and right now, Sasha Denishkaya.
Another skier that's well capable of going into the 180s. She's done it several times. As far as winning events, she is a former world overall champion in 2021, and the skier after is the current world overall champion. So she has been on tops of podiums. She would dearly love to win this event. I know that she puts a lot of time into this event and skis a lot on this site. So this is the one, if she could end on top of a jump podium, which I don't think she has done before, especially at a pro event, this is the one she wants. And she's familiar with the site. She's jumped in excess of 180 feet. And she is the final event of the year. So she's going to throw down right here, right from the start. It's jump number 1 for Sasha Denishkaya.
Wind starting to pick up just marginally here, and Sasha on a letter of U.
So you see she's bumped the letter up a little bit from our other competitors. Also running the boat path 2 feet wide. And with some heat on jump number 1.
That brings her a little closer to the bottom right-hand corner and kind of forces her to have to push a little harder off that second wake, and in doing so generates more speed and more pull off the boat as she launches off the top of that ramp.
Yeah, she definitely had some pull into the bottom. She was pushing a little harder than what we saw maybe Brittany and Regina going, but didn't really connect on the jump. I think she got a little bit kind of pulled up right off the second wake. She was kind of not quite as strong. Didn't get you see her sort of skis banked to the side a little bit there, where it didn't get the final drive through the jump that we saw Brittany get. So 168 feet, 51.1. She has slotted herself into the second spot, but she needs to find another sort of maybe 6 feet to catch our current leader. Yeah, just kind of sliding out to the side there as she left that jump ramp. So got to relax a little bit, I think, for jump number 2.
All right, then. Good, solid effort there. 51.1, 168 feet, but she needs to kind of get into the mid-170s, to hold her pre-event seeding, which is a second spot. And it's certainly a distance that she's capable of doing. Now let's see where she places. A little bit later off the 600, and now she's gliding out wide and trying not to bleed off too much speed into the turn. Here she comes, jump number 2, up. Yes, a better looking jump there, but how much further is it going to be? We wait and anticipate.
Well, she's definitely having at it out there, Tony, isn't she? She's really going for it. She's got her timing down. I think everything is kind of set there for a big jump. She's added distance on jump number 2. I have a feeling like she kept her direction through the jump, but maybe her chest down slightly, so didn't really drive up through her with her hips. Yeah, just kind of a little bit losing on the jump compared to maybe what Brittany was getting.
Just not fully extending.
Not fully extending, but had a little more speed. And as a result, it's the longest jump of the day, guys, 179 feet. That's a great jump for Sasha, 54.7 meters. So she had one element there, and that was the speed, and that carried her down the lake. Just wobbled a little bit at the wakes, lost the chest forward, and just kind of a little bit of a line drive. But, hey, if she could find a little more lift, she's going in the 80s.
How much would you say that she left behind on that jump just by not extending fully?
I would say maybe 5 feet or so. She's lost. I saw it off the second wake. Just kind of her chest went a little bit in front of her feet, in front of her hips, and a bit in front of her feet. And then through the ramp, you can't drive up through the legs quite as hard when your head's just a little bit further forward. Obviously, it's a bit of an intimidating feeling when you're in that position. She's still got lift. Don't get me wrong. She's still, but it's just 1 or 2% that she missed, and that equates to 5 feet or so.
And setting the boat 2 feet wide, which itself has some implications so far as being able to set up for the ramp, which she does for one last attempt, and she was close on the bonnet right-hand corner, and she got a little bit more pull coming into land, which could result in a little bit more distance.
I'm not sure on that one, Tony. To me, it looked like she backed off a little bit. Maybe she didn't get her set up quite as well. It looked like she didn't have quite the same intensity. I could be wrong. From this angle, it just looked like she might have been pretty happy with her 179 and just maybe didn't have quite the same intensity coming off. And yes, the distance coming up through in just a second, I think she's sort of fallen short. Yeah, it's 172, 52.5. But hey, what a jump on number 2, 179 feet, 54.7. I think that's going to be close to her longest jump of the season. And she's done it here on the early rounds of the Friday morning. And hopefully bigger things to come in rounds number 2 and the final tomorrow night. Right now, I think Sasha and Brittany are looking pretty safe with the 179 and the 174 they've got respectively.
Well, the seedings have held so far.
Yeah,
I mean, with the first 4 competitors, so no change there. Now, let's see if our final skier can hold her seeding. The current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour standings, coming to us out of Zachary, Louisiana. This is Hannah Stroltsova.
And as we saw earlier from the Pro Tour standings, she is number 1, and she's won pretty much every event so far this year. Been unbeatable, really, but I like what I've seen from the previous 2 competitors, some pressure going 174, 179. Hannah can't just kind of sit back on her laurels and get through this. She's got to work hard. She has a season best 193 feet, and she's been consistently in the 80s, but hey, it doesn't take much. If you're off a little bit, 179 feet is a heck of a jump to chase down.
All right, here comes Hannah Stroltsova, current world women's jump champion, current world women's overall champion from 2023. She will be looking to defend both of those titles when the World Championship comes our way next season.
Intensity, Tony, you're going to see it right from the get-go here. She's a strong girl. She's going to bring the cut late and just drive so hard into the bottom, but not connecting. That's not going to be it on jump number 1.
No, she definitely didn't have all of her positions set off that turn. She got some speed, but just the positioning on the jump didn't allow for her to extend any higher than just the natural trajectory that the ramp offers at that on that attempt.
Even just with the speed that she generated on jump number 1 there, I'm going to say she's going to slot herself into 3rd spot. Even though she didn't get her ramp work, she slipped out sideways. Technically, it wasn't a good jump. Just the intensity and the speed that she has established is going to carry her through and probably get her into the top 4.
All right, so that is Hannah Stroltsova coming in on jump number 1. We're looking at the instant replay. Good.
That's the latest approach we've seen so far, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah, but
still getting to the ramp. Actually, getting to the ramp early, but looking at it from quite an angle on jump number 1.
Yeah, indeed. She's able to pick up a lot of speed off the turn and drive through the jump, but leaning back a little bit off the turn and not really setting herself up over her skis to where she can extend fully off that ramp. If she'd have gotten that portion of the jump right, I think we would have had a new leader, but she has 2 jumps remaining.
Yeah, 168 feet, 51.2 meters for jump number 1, but she lost at least 20 feet or so off the jump ramp. She didn't get any sorts of lift. Here she goes. This is jump number 2. A little calmer turn, a lot of angle and speed there. There's some better ramp work.
Oh, look at that. That's the natural float that she has typically in the end of most of her jumps there, Hannah Stroltsova.
Yeah, that's a big jump, Tony. I think it's going to challenge the lead, but it's definitely not what she's looking for. She's still kind of banking a little bit. It's going to be big, but it's not what she's looking for today. Let's watch the replay. She really leans into it, has a lot of speed. The wake crossing, maybe not there. She sort of lets up a little bit through the wakes, tries to get a position back down again to get the lift. It's a huge jump. It's 187, but goes to show she has got more in the tank. She takes the lead on jump number 2, 57.1. So we've got our top 4 already established. Things could change. I think in the bottom 2, it's going to be between Regina and Valley Gonzalez as to who makes that 4th spot. But that's the biggest jump. But still, you can see that ski's kind of swinging out the side.
Exactly.
I'm excited to see what she can do on jump number 3. Hopefully she pushes it just as hard and comes off a little bit straight, a little squarer. We'll see a jump in the 190s.
And having spoken to her a little bit before this competition, she said that that again the win will be great for her, but she wouldn't be satisfied if she doesn't leave this facility without a personal best.
Well, let's hope for her. It's jump number 3. Her personal best is 193. She joined the 190-foot club for the women's, which is only a couple competitors, or maybe 3 or 4, I think. Here it is, jump. She's done a later turn. She's really jumped on this one.
Better.
And again, banking. You can see her in the air there. I think she's just panicking a little bit too hard. I mean, she's jumping amazingly well. That's a great set of jumps. 168, 187. I think that one's going to be there and thereabouts again in the mid-80s. But just jumping on it out of the turn, and when you do that,
not quite 190,
Tony,
you think?
No, I don't think so. But you can see she's just a little bit anxious out of the turn. When you do that, it's hard to keep that direction through the wakes, hard to keep on it through the jump.
Just clasping at straws, I would say.
Yeah. One of the hardest, 188, it's her longest, but still just missing right there off the jump. And it's one of the hardest things to do in water skiing is, jumping's not a difficult event. It's not really. It's a matter of doing the right things and staying calm. But it's so hard to do when you're seeing that view right there, the side of the jump, knowing that you're pushing the corner and having to make it on, and keep calm and collected, and focus on starting easy when you've got a long way to get to that jump ramp and kick it and fly down the lake.
Well, actually, I might actually find myself in a little bit of a disagreement with there, with saying that jump is like a real easy sport. I mean, when you break down to the brass tacks, it is a case of getting speed and height and translating to distance, but it's how you actually get to that point of being able to hold enough speed into the turn, have enough balance on the skis, being able to weigh it up right to get the turn, and then when you drive on through, how much pressure do you push on the skis? Do you do enough pressure to sink? Or do you just hold what you've got and just take it on through? And trying to get that balance is probably the most difficult thing about jumping.
Yeah, I guess when I say that, Tony, it's like compared to slalom, compared to tricks, there's a couple of variables in jumping that you've really got to iron out. And yes, and then you got to get your timing. But you see a lot of skiers can do it. A lot of skiers can do it, but especially when they're riding the skis. But to be able to do it consistently, find your timing, and then not panic when you're pushing the line. That's what separates somebody who can walk the line consistently just push that balance, be in control, but push it right to the edge, and those are the ones that end up on top, and that's the hard part.
It's the ability to keep one's head whilst all around you are losing theirs.
Well put.
All right there, Rudyard Kipling. All right there, so Hanna Straltsova takes this round ahead of Sasha Denyaskaya, ahead of Brittany Wharton, ahead of Regina Jaquist, and ahead of Valentina Gonzalez. Here is our list of competitors in the men's jump for round 1, and only the top 6 advance automatically through to the men's jump final, nighttime final. Edo Morenzi will be our leadoff skier, followed by Chile's Emil Ritter, then Dorian Llewellyn. Then we've got Igor Morozov, Jack Critchley is our 5th skier off the dock. Then 6th skier off the dock is Louis Duplon-Freiburg. Then Taylor Garcia, Luca Rockenwald, Freddie Kruger, and the leader on the Waterski Pro Tour in the men's jump competition, brought to you by John K. Phillips, is Joel Poland.
Okay, and the boat now and the technical controllers are out at the ramp and cranking that jump ramp.
What height would that be going up to?
It's going up to 6 foot. And
1 meter 80.
Yeah, 1.8 meters. And I tell you what, if you've looked at a 6 foot jump ramp, it's high, it's steep, especially when you start charging in at 70 plus mile an hour. And it's the maximum ramp height, but all these competitors are professionals.
But it's about the angle as well, because
the angles, the impact, the steepness, it's crazy.
you know, just lessening off the angle from the water all the way up to the ramp height, you know, that ratio, you know, has got to be taken into contention, you know, because I mean, you could set the ramp up pretty steep, but it's going to hurt if you hit it out of sorts.
So, you know, traditionally skiers will start jumping, you know, we even drop the ramp down to as low as 4 foot when you sort of teach somebody, because they're just kind of plopping over. But most skiers get to 5 foot height pretty quickly, and you can advance through to, say, 120, 130 feet at the 5 foot ramp. About then, you've got sufficient ability to adjust and learn to jump on the 5.5 foot ramp. And I think most countries have a qualification of about 38 meters, 125 feet, 130 feet, before you're allowed to put the ramp up to 5.5 feet. The 6 foot, I'm not sure kind of what the qualifications are. I think it used to be around 176, 180. We've pushed that up a little bit more lately because the skiers have been able to go further on the 5.5 foot ramp. But usually 180, 190, even around 200 feet, that's when we start saying, okay, yeah, the skier's proficient enough. They've got their technique down where they can handle a 6 foot jump, and start to push things well over 200 and into the 10s to 20s, and hopefully even the 30s. But 6 foot, it's a challenge.
Yes, indeed, and I've personally jumped on a 6 foot ramp height. I don't know why I was jumping 6 foot at that time, you know, but a British coach convinced me to give it a try, and you know, it didn't turn out too well.
Well, I'm not going to date you too much there, Tony, but because I know you weren't in this generation, but years ago, they did teach at 6 foot. They did. Yeah. That was the only height I think they had, and so when you learned to jump straight up 6 foot,
they didn't bother to put a jack underneath the jump.
No, I don't think so. No, especially for they just went straight out, and it was short too. Yeah. You know, over the last 10, 20, 30 years, they've slowly increased the length of the ramp to make that steepness just take the hit off it a little bit. Maybe to help our skiers' longevity, it wasn't quite so hard on the body. Also gave them a little bit more time on the ramp to get that full extension that these skiers are looking for. So, now the ramp used to be between 6.4 meters and 6.7 meters. I think it's around 21 to 20, to about 21 feet.
21 feet.
And then it got extended to, it should be set at around 22.4, which is 6.8 meters. So they added some distance, some length to it, but also and the suggestion for the TCs, which were out at the jump we just saw, to set the ramp up high but long. And then again, the rules changed just a little while ago where you can it was added another foot or so to it. But I don't know if we've sort of pushed to always set it up, because you go too long, it takes some of the the power, the propulsion upwards out of it, and it's a bit too flat. So they've kind of found a length of around I'd say 6.9, 6.95 is about as long as you want to go when it's set at that 1.8. Otherwise, it starts to get a little flat, and it doesn't. It's friendly on the body, and the skiers are consistent with their ramp work, but it doesn't throw them down the lake as far.
As important as it is to find the balance between bringing enough speed into the turn, or actually sinking into the turn, and making sure that you got good angle across the wakes, it's important to find that balance. Equally important to find balance in the ramp as well.
Definitely, and we're going to start off. The other difference in the men's jump, the boat speed is going to get cranked up to the maximum of 35 miles an hour, 57 kilometers. We'll probably see that letter change a little bit too. Edo Morenzi is our first competitor. He's a top overall skier, a bit of a lighter skier, so I don't know what letter he's going to go. Maybe around the V or WX, somewhere around there. But definitely they'll be pushing things up a little bit from what we saw our girl competitors do, which they were sitting in around T and U. I'll hazard a guess and say our top setting will come in excess of someone like ZC, somewhere around there. So these skiers will really try and push this Mastercraft Pro Star as hard as it can go to give them the speed, the pull they want, float one down the lake. And what a beautiful view again. What a day that
and I mean,
we've been treated to. So far, it's beautiful, and hopefully these conditions last through the remaining of this first round of men's. We got straight afterwards, got the second round of women's, second round of men's.
And for those of you that are watching our drone shot right now, if you look carefully towards the horizon at the top, you should be able to see like the outer reaches of the Magic Kingdom and Space Mountain and the Contemporary Resort, all part of Disney World, of course.
Yeah, we're very close to that area, aren't we? And That's a water skier's dream right there, isn't it? Seeing two glass calm lakes side by side.
And of course, even the natural lake that's in the foreground is a pretty decent setup by itself.
Sure. No, we're very spoiled here in Central Florida. So many lakes, so many options, easy to get time on the water, and that is why it is the water ski capital of the world.
All right, and for more details about this event, if you want to go online, you can check out kingofdarkness.org, kingofdarkness.org. You'll find the embed for this broadcast. But for those of you that want to participate in the live chat on the TWBC YouTube channel, well, you have to go to the TWBC YouTube channel and click on that link and subscribe, and you'll be able to converse with our good folks online. Also, you'll be instantly notified when an event goes live. The next event after this, our final event of the season, will be the Miami Pro, and also on that YouTube channel is the TWBC podcast, of which new episodes will be made available very, very soon. And I don't know what's happening there. Maybe
just dropping him in the water a little bit, let him wake up a touch, slaps the skis down, gets the soap out, gets the feet settled into the bindings.
How many minutes do they have before those bindings crimp your feet up so much that you can't feel them?
Yeah, all these skiers crank their double wrap wireless bindings. It's pretty much the choice of all the competitors here. It's as much as they can, and their feet get cramped after, I would say, 4 jumps, maybe 5. In practice, you can usually go about 5 jumps before your feet are absolutely burning. So if there's any delays, any sort of hold-ups, the skiers don't want to stay on these bindings any longer than they have to. But 3 jumps is usually pretty easy. They can usually maybe sneak in one extra jump, but any longer than that, they want to take them off and rest their feet. But here we go. It's Edo Morenzi from Italia, and he is coming in on jump number 1. And all of these competitors
Here he comes.
have been well over 200 feet, and I'd say our first competitor
2 foot wide.
Throw out a 200 foot right from jump number 1. It's set on
letter W.
Yep, 2 foot wide. Here he is. That's a pretty late approach. Starts hard as he comes in.
Oh, and I think it was early.
Yeah, I think he panicked, and then he ended up getting there a bit early. This is what happened there, Tony. But let's take a look at the replay. But a pass on jump number 1. Obviously, he doesn't get punished for that. Doesn't get penalised for.
But he just has one less jump to work with.
Yeah, just one less jump. So jumps 2 and 3 coming up in just a second. It's a 0 on jump number 1, but it's information for the skier. He gets some feedback of where he was, timing. He didn't get a chance to kind of come out and familiarize on this site. So that's his first look at this jump ramp, first look at this site. And we talk about, the hard parts of jumping.
Handle up high off the turn.
Is, staying calm under pressure, but also adjusting. So you see a lot of jumpers that can go out and jump far on their home site to, figure things out, or when they have a lot of time on a site. But another difficult part of jumping is figuring things out in 3 jumps.
And not panicking, because that was the point that you made, off that turn. If you put yourself into a bit of a panic situation, then a whole bunch of things could potentially go awry. You find yourself moving around too much off the turn, through the wakes into the jump, and the one thing you have to be off the second wake to really take advantage of the jump is to be solid.
Yeah. Well, adjusting is a huge part of jumping, and the setup starts. I want to say about 800 feet from the jump. That's when you make your first move out to the 600 or 700 foot buoy. So you're planning things down 800 feet away to result in timing that is within inches, at the bottom of the ramp. So that's kind of a huge part of jumping, is what you do right back here when you pull out, how hard you pull out, and how you make your turn.
This is the only point of reference that you have, the 7, the 6, and the 5.
And he's gone there around 620, I would say, 620 feet from the jump ramp. Now he's breaking away. Hopefully going to calm himself down again. Yeah, that's a smoother turn. He started a bit easier. Now he powers into the bottom, and he's got great ramp work, and that's a long jump.
I like that jump, but he doesn't quite like it.
No, he sort of, it's a good jump. Yeah, as far as technically, he came off the ramp smooth. There was nothing dangerous about it. and it was far. I mean, for most people, that's a dream jump. But to make it into our top 8 or top 6 from this round, it's not going to be far enough. It's high 90s maybe, but it's not far enough today.
So Edoardo Morenzi, Italian national champion in the jump event and in overall.
Looking back at that replay, actually, he did miss quite a bit as far as speed there. He backed up a little bit too much. It wasn't a big cut, and that's why the distance is 186 feet, 56.7. And that's why he said he gave that expression. Yeah, he knew he was too early and didn't really have it. But he wanted to get over that jump, so he just sort of started easy. And went, hey, you know what? It was my first jump. I've got a distance on the board, but I've got a lot of work to do now.
Finding himself in a position where he's kind of having to play catch up to Hanno Stoltzover at this moment in time with a 186.
Yeah, they don't like it when you mention that, Tony, the men's jumpers.
It is what it is, but let's see what he can do to recover there on the jump number 3.
This will be a big one. Here we go. Edoardo, he has a personal best of around 210 feet. And we mentioned earlier, he's a top overall competitor, tricks over 10,000, runs 39, and this is a better turn with a lot more speed into the bottom and powering down the ramp. Yep, that's his longest jump.
Oh, he really pushed into that landing there.
Yeah, beautiful stand-up landing, kind of just dropped his chest over his feet a little bit, but very talented skier and a good way to start the event.
Well, he's got another round at least, and we'll see if he can make an impression there. But
distance coming through, Tony. There it is, first competitor, and our first jump over 200 feet. 202 on jump 3 for Edoardo. So nothing to sneeze about there on jump 3. But yeah, it's not going to be enough for him. He knows he's got to kind of find another 10, 15 feet to make our final.
So how do you find another gear?
Well, yeah, I mean, he usually has some pretty good ramp work. He gets a little bit tight. I think he gets a little bit tight in the bottom with his arms, and sort of doesn't. He gets lift, but he doesn't kind of keep driving upwards and kind of take it, keep climbing. I guess, you know, kind of comes off ramp, goes up, but doesn't really go out. Some of that's going to be getting his cut just a little bit later, and just kind of finding the swing right from there. The last couple. 10, 20 feet into the bottom of the ramp, really staying on the line and driving, so the boat carries you down the lake another 10, 15 feet.
So it's no lack of effort, it's just tidying up a few of the basics, right?
Again, it's little percentages, yeah. I mean, it's only, we're talking 2%, maybe 3% difference, and that equates, you know, to 10 feet out there.
Maybe hard to find a 10% chunk, but if you can get better for little chunks of 2 and 1, and to add up to 10, then it works better.
No, for sure. It's a little bit on the counter cut. It's a little bit on the turn. It's a little bit on the way crossing. A little bit on the ramp work, and you've found distance. Quite a lot of distance just from those tiny changes.
All right, then, continuing on, our next competitor on the water is the current Pan American Games jump champion. This is going to be Emil Ritter.
Yeah, he's going to step things up a little bit here. All of our competitors from this point forth have jumped in excess of 220 feet, and a lot of them over 230 or very, very close to it. Emil Ritter, personal best, I want to say, is the low 220s. Very consistent skier, so smooth, always kicks the jump. And here he is. He's decided to pass number 1. He's maybe a little early as well. We saw Edo struggling a little bit on his timing on jump 1. And maybe this was Emil's first approach at it, first time on this site.
So Emil Ritter, currently residing out of Ogden in Utah, but is in the process of moving to the Sunshine State of Florida, most notably in the Florida Panhandle, which should afford him a little more opportunity to get some good training sets in and improve upon his jumping.
Yeah, and we'll watch the helmet cam and see exactly what happened here.
Way too early.
Yeah, just didn't have the setup. And I guess the thing too for these guys is they've got the 2 rounds. You know, we are cutting to 6 after this round. You know, the top 6 will go straight in. But they have that LCQ round, so there's nothing. They don't need to push anything. They don't need to take anything that's too crazy. They can use this as a bit of a warm-up round. Hopefully they'll make it into the top 6. but they have that second chance too. What I am going to look forward to seeing is from Emil and from the rest of the competitors that do wear the helmet cam, you can see when they're just about to make the turn, Tony, there's that dock that sits right in front of them. And when we turn over, you look over our shoulder and we see them kind of set up, they get pretty close. And there's guys like the big cutters like a Taylor Garcia or something, they push so close to that dock. So I'm going to see what that looks like.
They're probably not even looking at that dock at that time. And if they are, they're looking at the wrong place.
They're not looking at it, but they can see it through their peripheral vision, kind of where it is, and they're definitely using that as a bit of an aid in a setup.
All right, then getting a few messages coming through from all across the world. Eddie Span, Hevelin Bonnie, a good friend of yours there, Kyle. Chad Kidwell, and Adam Saddlemeyer. Yes, indeed, it tells us that the helmet cam is next level.
Yeah, good to hear from Adam. He was here competing.
I think he lives just down the road,
he's
so he
not far away.
Come on down.
Yeah, come on. I'm sure he'll be here tomorrow night to cheer these guys on. And here we go. It's Emil Ritter on jump number 2, a pass on jump number 1, setting letter X. And hopefully he's found his spot, driving in.
Oh, slipped out towards the back there, but he still found some distance.
Yeah, it's not a lot of distance, though, is it? It's he made a liar out of me. I said he usually gets his ramp work, and at every other event, he can find his form on the jump, but got kind of pulled up off the second wake, I think. He's always a bit taller than some of our other competitors, right.
Do you think he's a little tense off the turn?
Yeah, I think so. He's sort of standing up a little bit, maybe not finding a position that can really keep his angulation and direction. And I think he got a little bit tight on the corner there. Nothing dangerous, but yeah, he just didn't have it. He wasn't holding the angle, so it sort of looks like he's getting pulled towards the corner. You get tight, and then you can't get your extension. So,
he was very close to the bottom right-hand corner, that one.
That's the view. That's what it affords us. 182 feet. And it's not a great set so far for Emil, for one of what I would say one of our more consistent competitors.
So 182 feet. 55.5 meters. So here he comes. Let's see if he can bring this one a little bit later on the 5 and the 6. So a little closer to the 5.
Yeah, maybe so. Eduardo Marenzi found it on jump number 3. Can Emil Ritter do the same? Here comes that dock as he gets a little bit closer, makes his turn. Hopefully he can hold some direction. He started a little bit harder, bounces on the rope.
Better.
He's still tall on the bottom, but a lot better. You saw the extension off the top of the ramp. Kept the line tight, kept his direction going away from the boat. And,
over 200?
Floated. Yeah, that's definitely over 200 feet. I'd say he's actually taken the lead on, and it's a pretty big one. I think it's going to come through in just a few moments. What a difference, though. Just a few little things. Lined himself up and able to get that ramp work dialed in. And as he takes his skis off, he's going, yep, that's did what I needed to do. It wasn't the way to start, the pass, the crush, but all of that valuable information to kind of figure things out. And the beauty of the jump event, they have 3 chances, only the longest counts. And he really made the adjustments to throw out a big one on jump number 3. And there it is. Tony, I'll let you say the distance, mate. That's a big one.
66.5 meters, 218 feet.
And it's going to take a distance of about that, I think, to make the top 8. Like I said, all these competitors have been over 220 feet. I'd say 5 or 6 of the next 8 competitors have been over 230 feet. So 218 is going to be the ballpark. He's not safe with that.
No, certainly not. I mean, as a matter of fact, at this point, it would take 3 skiers to jump less than that out of each of their 3 jumps to actually have Emil Ritter go into the final round of the competition as one of the first 6. With that in mind, our next competitor on the water, coming to us from Canada, former world overall champion, or former world overall record holder and former world tricking champion, is Dorian Llewellyn.
That's correct. Yeah, no, he's had the world overall record a couple times, maybe a couple years ago. Broke it a number of times, actually. And then obviously Joel's taken it a little further since then. He has been a Moomba trick champion. He's been a world trick champion, and he's been a strong jumper for a number of years. Of late, he's sort of struggled. He had an injury last year.
At LA Night Jam.
LA Night Jump, yeah, had a pretty horrendous crash, hurt his ankle, and has sort of struggled to get back. He's sort of found form at a couple of events. Went 219 feet a couple of weeks ago, and that was one of his better jumps. This guy has got the technique.
There you go.
There it is.
That
wow,
is a beauty of a first jump there.
He's going to be happy with that for sure, because like I said, his confidence has been knocked a little bit. And when you come out on your first one and you kind of get
Just
your legs
knock
like
it
that,
down.
And I don't know the sort of speed he had there. It wasn't the biggest approach he could take, but he executed technically a wonderful first jump.
And it's a jump that could potentially take the lead. It was that far. And I tell you what, here is the distance. It is 66.6. And for a competition that's going to be held during Halloween, that's your perfect distance right there.
Perfect distance for that, but not for where he wants to finish in this event. He's going to want more than this. But he's going to be very, very happy with jump number one. He actually didn't quite get his full... His legs off the top of the jump, his right leg just coming off a little bit bent, and that's one of the strong points of Dorian's jumping. He can get more lift off the jump ramp than pretty much anybody.
Okay.
Doesn't take the biggest approach sometimes, but he can really, really kick the ramp, and that's where he's been struggling. I think he's going to be happy with jump one and finding, maybe trying to find a bit more on jumps 2 and 3.
If that jump were to be official, because we're getting word from the officials that in the second sector, the boat time was deemed to be too fast. Needs to out jump it to preclude the need of taking a re-jump based upon jump number one, but let's see what he can do in that vein. Here he comes, Dorian Llewellyn, makes the turn, drives on through, similar looking jump.
Just rocked a little bit on the jump, but I think he had more speed on that one, so I think it's going to be right in the same ballpark, and hopefully it will negate that re-ride that he got for jump number one. That Mastercraft just so strong, and Dorian's not the biggest competitor out there, so maybe just gave him a little bit too much on that first jump, the boat running so fast.
I like the way he transitions off the second wake through the bottom right-hand corner.
And distance coming through here for a jump number two. I don't know if it's going to be quite as far. So, yeah, he's got to improve. If he beats it on this jump or the next one, he won't get that re-ride because it was a fast time. Hopefully he can surpass it and not have to take a fourth jump.
All right, distance coming through, 65.5 meters, 65.5 meters, that's 215 feet. And you know, with the closest, with the parity that we have between these competitors, you know, I mean, it's what is that, like about a 4 foot difference? I mean, that could be the difference between someone like Dorian Llewellyn being in the top 6 out of this round and or having to fight to make his way and be the top 2 in round number 2.
All right, let's get behind Dorian Llewellyn as he takes his third and final. He's got a 2:19. It's not going to count. The 2:15 will. Hopefully he can find a little bit more, and it's another great jump. This is a beautiful set. I think that's going to be right there with his first jump. Can it be enough, or will he have to take a re-ride on that first one? He's definitely found a little bit more than jump 2, I think, because you saw him on the ramp on jump 2, kind of get knocked a little bit, hit it a little bit hard.
To negate the jump on attempt number 1, it has to be in excess of 66.6 meters, and it looks like by...
They've dropped the skier to wait. You know, they've dropped him to sort of wait for that distance to come through.
And it's not going to be necessary because that last jump is 66.8 meters. It's still 219 feet, but that jump is 20 centimeters further.
Okay, so great news there for Dorian Llewellyn. He has the longest jump of the tournament so far. He's leading this round. He doesn't need to take that fourth jump. Yeah, so 219 feet. What a set, though. Really, really strong for Dorian. I'm excited that he's kind of found some legs on the jump, some confidence. A 219, a 215, and last one, another 219 that was just that little bit further. And sets him up in a pretty good position. Whether he can make the top 6 with that, it's going to be close.
All right, and the next two competitors are really going to decide whether 219 feet is going to be enough to actually make it out of this round, because after these two competitors, then we'll have 5 more remaining. So you can do the math in your head there in that regard. But as we see Joel Poland just slowly starting to get into this competition, we get ready for our next competitor. Coming to us from Eastern Europe, this is Igor Morozov. Igor Morozov is certainly one of the more experienced competitors in the jump event. You know, he is. I believe he's won a couple of professional titles along the way, and he's certainly pushed the world's top jumpers to new heights.
Yeah, very strong jumper with a lot of experience, like you say. I don't know if he's been on the top of a podium at a pro event. He has definitely been on podiums, seconds and thirds. There's only a handful of guys, you know, that ascend to that top step. There's one of them on the dock right now. Jack Critchley has won this event in the past, maybe 3-4 years ago. And I know he would love to take it again. Igor Morozov on the water. He has a personal best of 228 feet. He's one of those guys that have come oh so close to that magical 230-foot, 70-meter mark.
Here he comes.
He's chasing down the lead right now, set by Dorian Llewellyn. It's 219 feet.
Set in the 0 off on letter Z and the boat on split. Here he comes. He's got room to work with here. Up off the top. Oh, look at that. He extends. But does he land? Yeah, does it? Just about. Oh, my close, word. Yeah. He pushed on that one.
That was a funny landing, wasn't it? He landed and his right ski looked like it almost grabbed, pulled back a little bit. And it looked like he was going to get kind of pulled out on that landing, but saved it. And I'm glad he did, because I'm excited to see how far that one's going to be. It's a good first jump. Whether it's going to be enough to catch our leaders, we'll wait and see.
Well, whether you're plopping over the jump on a single cut and landing 30 feet or taking a full double cut and jumping over 200 feet, you've got to land for it to score. And Igor Morozov opens up with a 209.
Yeah, not quite as far as I thought. He looked like he got a lot out of that jump. But he's got to go use the valuable time on the way back down the lake to kind of figure things out and see where he can add some distance.
Handle up.
Handle's always up a little bit for Igor in the turn. He has a bit of a different approach. Contrasting a lot with, say, Dorian Llewellyn, who's one of our smaller jumpers. This guy's tall. He's a big guy. And a little bit of a different style as he comes in. He wears an arm sling that's a little bit looser than some of our other competitors. It allows him to kind of let his arms out, stretch out a little bit. But, you know, when he's in form, it works for him, and he can punch one down a long way down the lake. Let's see what he's got on jump number 2. Setting up here, and
he's up alongside the boat here. Here he comes.
Oh, that's not going to be the one. Yeah. He's flapping around in the air. It's the ramp. I think the wake crossing there got him a little bit. You can see that dock come into view as he made his turn, so he definitely left it late, but got a little bit kind of rocked around at the wakes. Being a taller competitor, that can happen. You don't have quite the same angles. You know, it's hard to hold that leverage. So everything's got to be kind of set to line up and keep direction through the wakes and into the bottom. You'll see it right here on this little wake jump. Yeah, just sort of lost the left shoulder a touch. And when the pull comes off that left shoulder, it sort of, you lose the line. Yep.
Springs back on you.
It's hard to find the pressure into the bottom, the confidence to extend and really drive and get the ramp work that we saw on his first jump.
All right then, so second jump, 51.8 meters or 170 feet. He got sat back there as well.
Yeah, definitely unsettled. And you know, Eagle's another one of those competitors that usually kicks a jump. You know, he doesn't often slip out like that. So obviously wasn't feeling things appropriately into the bottom. As Dorian Llewellyn, he's got a smile on his face, and it's good to see. He hasn't come in with a smile on his face with his jump skis in a little bit. So it's good to see him kind of finding some form, some feeling, and hopefully he's got even more for us in rounds 2 and hopefully the final. This is Igor, though. It's
Here he
jump.
comes.
The third and final. He's got a 2:09. He's in third place right now. Lifts that handle up a little bit. It's late. He pushes hard out of the turn, and it's not going to be enough.
No.
Got sort of turned sideways again there, maybe because he started so hard. He's even let that one go.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be his longest. He's going to stay in third. And the significance of his round being complete is that's our first 4 competitors. We know to make top 6, to get through to the final straight away in this round 1, it's going to take 219 feet. That's what Jack Critchley and the remaining 5 competitors after him will be thinking about.
Yes, indeed. That 219-foot jump is the equivalent of 66.8 meters. And just to give you a kind of comparison where we are so far as that distance is, Dorian Llewellyn actually jumped 219 feet on the first jump, but that distance was actually 20 centimeters shorter. So just as important as the feet and inches are, even more important at this stage of the competition is the metric distance as well. And he needing a jump of more than 66.8 in that vein. As we see Jack Critchley getting ready to take to the water in what appears to be a brand new setup there for him so far as his red speed suit is concerned. Kind of giving off some World War I pilot vibes, having kind of taken on a little bit of the moniker of the Red Baron, so to speak, complete with mustache. So let's see what Jack Critchley can do. Trains over at Ski Fluid, which is just a virtual hop, skip, and a jump down the road here from the Isles of Lake Hancock. As the boat makes its way down from the northern island. Okay, here we go. Jack Critchley setting himself up with letter ZC on the 0 off. Good quick turn, good speed off it, up and over, and is it enough? If it's over 66.8 meters, then he'll have the first of the 6 spots graduating through to the men's nighttime jump final, of which there will be 8 competitors. 6 qualify out of this round, a further 2 from round number 2 in the Reparcharge round, and we'll see if Jack Critchley has done enough with jump number 1. Good tight line, well set over his skis, and yes, just enough, 66.9 meters. We'll talk about targeted jumping, 219 feet or 66.9 meters. Good solid turn there and just driving in off the second wake. Just letting the boat do the rest as soon as he comes across the second wake, getting the massive amount of pull. Brilliant looking jump in there from Jack Critchley as he rides out. As we see our next competitor get ready from France, Louis Duplan Fribourg. Just trying to get himself mentally prepared. Jack Critchley doesn't have to worry about qualifying for the nighttime jump final. He has already done that on the first attempt. Now he's looking to try and vault himself up the seedings as he comes off the turn, drives in, second attempt. Not quite as active on the lift on that jump and swinging out a little bit in the air. But there we go. That is Jack Critchley. Jack Critchley will no doubt be getting a little bit of advice from the shoreline from his coach, Kyle Eade. A little squashed into the turn and unfortunately unable to get full extension off the top. And it produces a jump of 65.4 meters, 65.4 or 215 feet. .4 and just getting swung back in the air, and unfortunately therefore for Jack Critchley unable to get anything more out of that second jump compared to his first. So one last jump to come. The pressure of qualification pretty much settled after jump number 1. Look to try and go a little bit further on jump number 2, and we'll see if he can push this one a little harder on the jump number 3 to try and get more than the 66.9 meters or 219 feet. Ideally, he would like to jump closer to 230 feet. Turns in, drives hard off the turn. Whoa, a little one settled in the air and won't get too much out of that jump distance compared to his first. Distance coming through 65.3, 65.3 as a matter of fact, 10 feet, 10.1 of a meter shorter as a matter of fact compared to his previous jump of 65.4. But his first jump, he was hottest on the first, was 219 feet or 66.9. All right, so now we come down to our final 5 competitors, the first of which coming to us out of France, the current world overall champion, Louis Duplon-Freibourg. There is your current leaderboard, Critchley in the lead, followed by Llewellyn, Ritter, Morozov, and Morenzi. And now the distance that our next skier has got to fly in excess of has been reset to the second place distance of 66.8 meters. Anything more than that, and it will mean that he'll be a part of the festivities in the jump final. All right then, folks, as we continue, we are into the bottom half of our list in the men's jump round 1. 6 competitors advance out of this round through to the nighttime jump final on Saturday, with a further 2 jumpers graduating out of the second round Reparcharge, which will take place as our last round of jumping later on this afternoon. Here he comes, Louis Duplon-Freibourg, taking a pass on jump number 1. It didn't look at all settled on jump number 1, and as a result, he panicked and was a little early into that jump. But he does have 2 jumps at his disposal, and we'll see how what he can conjure up with the remaining attempts here in the men's jump round 1. For those of you that are watching from wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. This is the King of Darkness 2024, the Elimination Round Series, continuing on with the second half of our jumpers in round number 1. He works his way down towards the lake, obviously thinking of what adjustments he has to make to take full advantage out of not only this jump, but the remaining jump that he'll have at his disposal. On top of which, the pressure that comes with knowing that he needs a distance in excess of 66.8 meters. And he has jumped in excess of that distance in the past. Former European men's jump champion from 2023. We won that title over in San Gervasio in the northern part of Italy. Here he comes. This is Louis Duplan-Freiberg. Jump number 2. Better jump there. Getting a lot of distance from that, but is it going to be enough? He got the speed, he got his kick right, got his positioning right prior to hitting the jump. And let's see if that adds up to a distance that he needs. And he needs more. It's 215 feet or 65.6. 65.6 meters. Funnily enough, that is 0.2 of a meter further than Jack Critchley's middle jump distance of 65.4. But he needs ideally another 5 feet on top of that to put himself in a good position to make it through to the jump final, the nighttime final, which will take place on Saturday. My name's Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company during these early festivities in the jump event. We are about halfway done with the men's jumping competition in round number 1. We still have a second round of jumps to come later on, starting with the women, of course. All 5 of our women competitors will jump in the night, but only 8 out of our 10 competitors will have that pleasure out of the men's jump competition. And there we go, Louis Duplan-Freiberg. Is that jump going to be enough? Getting a good extension off the top there and putting in a little bit more float towards the end, which could end up being the distance, being the difference. And it could come down to just centimeters, folks, because the distance coming through for Louis Duplan-Freiberg is a 66.9. 66.9, that puts him into a dead heat with Jack Critchley, and therefore means that he makes it through to the men's nighttime jump final. What an exciting series of circumstances here there, Kyle.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Look at that 219 feet from our top 3 competitors. 66.9 for Critchley and Duplan-Freiberg. tying it up, and so right behind him, Dorian Llewellyn, 66.8. So he's on the bubble right now. He's got some work to do in the second round if the remaining 4 competitors go in excess of 220 feet. And yeah, they're all capable of it, aren't they? Taylor Garcia, the next year on the water. Luca Ruchenwald, Freddie Kruger, and Joel Poland rounding out the event. But some exceptional jumping so far, and it's so close between our top 3 competitors.
All right there. So we see the 2 top contenders there, Jack Critchley and Louis Duplan Freiburg, both of them on 66.9 meters, probably discussing what they've found out about their respective sets and the parity that each of those 2 have with each other. As we now continue on with our next competitor. This is Taylor Garcia.
Taylor Garcia, this is jump number 1, and he's going to be one of those guys that pushes this very, very late, and I'd say he's going to spray the dock there as he makes his turn. There it is, sits on that, strong into the bottom, little bit of a crush, and it's going to be close, isn't it, on jump number 1? He carried a long way. He's a big guy.
Yeah,
he takes a lot of speed, a lot of momentum through the jump, and doesn't get... even if he gets rocked a little bit on the jump, he still carries a long way. But 219 feet. Emil Ritter, 218. So actually even the 4th spot is very close. The most decorated waterski jumper in the world, Freddie Kruger, just suiting up. He's won this event the last 3 years. He's going to be out in a couple of skiers. As we watch Taylor Garcia on your replay, really kind of getting his skis around, sitting in and loading so strong. Right at that point, but you just saw his head go down a little bit on the jump. We're waiting for distance to come through. .219 is the current lead. What's Taylor Garcia going to do? It's a 2:22. He takes the lead on jump number 1. That's like I said, you know, he didn't get everything out of the jump. Kind of rocked a little bit, came up a little bit crooked, but carried 222, 67.6. And he is in our final. Yep.
Less than perfect, as you rightly said, but still 67.6 meters. He's through to the nighttime jump final with that.
And that's good to see our hometown favorite here, Taylor Garcia. We'll be seeing him on tomorrow night with a 2:22, and that's the way to start your jump round, achieving it, getting into the final on jump number 1, and then using these next couple just to kind of feel things out.
All right, here we go. This is Taylor Garcia's 2nd jump. Bleeding off a little bit of speed into the turn, but here he comes. He was late there in comparison to that boat dock across the way.
That was the latest cut of the day so far. Really kind of cranked his skis around and got moving. Didn't get off the ramp again on jump number 2. So maybe not quite as far. But the good thing is no pressure on him right now. He's just kind of out there having fun, trying to figure out where he needs to cut. Where he needs to turn from on Saturday night. Oh my! 225 feet on that.
He seems to have that knack of being able to find distance on jumps that look less than perfect.
No, he didn't get his legs at all on that one. So 68.6, but you could see how late he was. And really sort of powered in a truckload of speed.
And that is all speed right there.
All speed, yeah. There was no ramp work at all on that one. That's one of his longest jumps of the year. I know he went 2:26 last weekend, and he was pretty happy with that distance because that was one of his biggest jumps of the year so far.
And in practice, he jumped 2:29.
2:29. Well, hey, with a jump like that, with not getting his extension, I mean, he lost easy 10 feet off the jump.
All right then. So this is quite something, isn't it? You know, I mean, he's jumped these distances. I mean, he hasn't got everything off the jump. Now, if he does get everything, wow.
Yeah, well, what these competitors are doing, you know, he's obviously done his job. He made the final on jump number 1, but, you know, he's got perfect conditions, a great boat, a great setup, a great driver, and he wants to, you know, get one of his biggest jumps of the year right here. You know, so that's why they're chasing it. He wants to be one of the highest seeds into the final.
Oh, that was better. That was better.
Could be up there. He seems pretty happy as he lands that one. It could be closer to that 230. He went 225. It was sort of misleading how far that jump was because he didn't get his ramp work. Whether he had the same speed on that jump 3, but he definitely came off the ramp, exited the ramp cleaner. And let's see, we'll sit and wait for the distance. Yeah, so much smoother off the jump. I think that's going to equate to a few feet. Can it be the first jump over 230 feet? 70 meters, that's what we're looking for from these competitors.
Whoa, and if this distance holds true, it is a spectacular jump at 231 feet, his season's best.
Awesome effort, and still not, I don't think he's still exiting the ramp as clean as he can. He sort of sat back a touch. I hate to be critical on a 231-foot jump, but meaning he's got distance left in the tank, Tony.
Yeah, he appears to be happy with that for the time being at least, and he might take a jump, might take a poke at the ramp in the second round. He doesn't need to.
No, he doesn't need to, but I was just down at the dock a second ago when I had to leave you there, Tony, and chatted with a couple of the skiers, and even the ones that have made it in, they're pretty keen on going out again. Again, they don't get the opportunities to jump when everything is quite as dialed as it is. If the headwind holds, you know,
it might even get stronger.
They're going to go out to try and get their best jumps of the seasons right here. Exciting stuff. 3 skiers to come, and we've already seen a 230-foot jump. He takes the lead, and he does so quite dramatically with a 12-foot lead over our second and third place skiers. Or second tied, it's Jack Critchley and Louis Duplan-Fribourg with 219 feet. The guy sitting in the tough spot is Dorian Llewellyn. He is not in yet. He needs one more skier
It's
to
completely
fall.
out of his hands.
Yeah, it's out of his hands. He's got to sit back and watch. And to be honest,
Or at the very worst, he has to take his second round.
I mean, he's showing promise that he's going to make our top 8 if he jumps just as well in the second round. Luca Retchenwald is the next competitor. Freddie Kruger and Joel Poland round out of this preliminary round. 10 skiers will have been, and we'll be taking 6 through to the final straight away. The rest would go in an LCQ.
All right then, so we got a little bit of time, so it's time for that game show that's been going around the world and catching a big storm. It's Pick Your Path. So, Kyle, what jump would you like to see again?
Well, I know you're going to pick Taylor's 231, but I didn't actually get to see Louis Duplan-Fribourg's 219.
Well, what about Jack Critchley?
I watched that from the side. So Louis Duplan, let's watch, see if we got Louis Duplan's out there. His 219. It was a good jump on his jump 3. I just want to see how he's looking because he's been jumping so strong lately. A little slack in the turn by the looks of things. But he is the strongest, from the wakes to the ramp, and really kind of just booted that one and floated it down the lake. I want to see him jump because he has been really close. He's been 227 feet now. He's got the French record there. He did that a few weeks ago, and he could be one of our next competitors to go over the 230 if he kind of dials things in, in these next couple of rounds.
All right then, and well, for the sake of being argumentative, I'm gonna pick Jack Critchley's first jump and see what you can make out of that one. And Jack Critchley, one of the competitors running with the helmet cam, so we get to see it from that perspective. But
that's one I'd like to see because he was, and we're going to see his first one. I think is what we're looking for. And if he's got the helmet cam on, this will kind of see how late he was. Yeah, pretty close to that dock. Really kind of drives in here. I sort of watched him from the side and chatted with him afterwards. He was definitely coming late on the 600-foot buoy and kind of running into the turn with a lot of speed, which is a good thing because that sometimes he'll come a little bit shy on that. But then maybe started a fraction hard, but it was a great first jump. Got him into the final, and he had to kind of clarify that with the judges that his was further than Dorian's.
Oh, look at this.
But he did enough. and then he will really try to push things even further on jumps 2 and 3. Okay, so this guy is jumping so well over the last few years, really sort of made a name for himself. He hasn't been at all the events, and I don't actually know where he's been. I think he just kind of flew in the last couple of days, and maybe he's been jumping at home, but obviously things are getting pretty chilly back in Austria. So who knows how much skiing he's been doing. Hopefully he's been on the water a lot, because I'd love to see him chase down that lead distance of 231 feet. He's been 224 is his personal best. But one of just textbook, this guy has been really kind of inching his way up. He has great technique, really loads into the bottom, is consistent with what he does. And yeah, he's going to be one of the best jumpers in the world.
Here he comes. Ooh, light on the line with the turn. And he really had a good tail end of the season last year, and hopefully looking to replicate that kind of feat this time around. Luca Rockenwald out of Austria. And you know, to be a famous water skier in Austria, you've got to get your game together in the jump event.
Oh yeah, they've had a number of top competitors come out of that country. And he looked at us a little bit kind of unsettled in his turn, leaned into it a little bit, lost the line a touch, ended up maybe a fraction early. Didn't really get his full extension, but by the looks of things, you know, he's maybe hasn't been on the water as much as he'd like, but I know he's got this round and you know, a second round today if he chooses to do so, and to kind of feel things out before tomorrow night.
And I mean, Luca Rockenwald hasn't had an awful lot of time to practice prior to this event. But let me ask you a little bit of a question. As important as it is to get your ramp work together when you're jumping at this level, just as important, even more so, is actually the ability to be able to ride your skis enough to where you know what you're doing without having to think about it so much.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you got to feel balanced and, you know, in the right spot on your skis, and that's where he looked a little unbalanced there. And although he might not have got much time over the jump, I'm hoping he's had a bit of time on the water. Even just, you know, even when things are cold back home, you can still, it's hard to hit the jump ramp sometimes, you know, but it's
just riding the jump skis
just
helps.
riding the skis, getting your feel on it, and hopefully he can stay in touch with that part of it, and then he's just going to find his balance on the jump after that.
Here he comes. Better. Oh, look at that. He got a hold of that one. He got a hold of that one, and I think that one is going to be very, very close to about a 221-foot jump, I would say, and just spitballing on this one.
Precise on that one, Tony. That's. But hey, he definitely had a more balanced turn, calmer, and came off the ramp very, very well. Lost his chest a little bit, was a little forward coming in, but still just booted it. And there it is at 68.5, 225 feet. He's in second spot. He's guaranteed into the final. Congrats to Luca. Worst he can be is fourth going into the final, depending on what Joel Poland and Freddie Kruger do. But things are setting up well for some huge jumps here there this morning. We've already seen 231. Got one more jump from Luca, and then Freddie Kruger and Joel Poland, the two guys that have been fighting it out for all season. Let's see what they can do.
All right, and there is your leaderboard. Taylor Garcia, 70.5 meters. It's been a while since I've equated a jump of over 70 meters to Taylor Garcia's name in recent times, but it is what it is. He has the lead at this juncture. And we'll see what's going to happen with the remaining jump in this round for Luca Rockenwald.
Taylor Garcia has been over 230 feet, but mainly only just by a little bit, 231. That's going to be right there with his personal best. And same for Luca Rockenwald, 225. That's got to be close to his personal best. And another big jump.
He stomps that one.
Yeah.
Yes, and he loves that one too.
Oh, good to see from this guy. He's come back. He's flown in. Hasn't got a lot of training, but everything's set up beautifully. You know, and that takes one of those worries out of your head when you haven't been on the water as much. You know, there's no sort of adverse conditions to deal with. Finds a little bit more intensity, keeps his back strong, And there it is. It's his first time over 230 feet. It is 231, 70.5 meters. We have a new member of the 70-meter club. It is Luca Rochenwald, 231. Wow, that is huge. Ties up the lead with Taylor Garcia.
Oh, yes. Brilliant looking jump there. Just absolutely just straightens up that right leg as soon as he hits the jump and just getting oodles of height.
That is crazy. The best jump of his life, especially if he hasn't been on the water much. And we saw it yesterday in the slalom, some of the best men's preliminary performances in a long, long time. And we're seeing it in the jump event too, with 2 skiers over 230 feet and 2 skiers remaining. And you know, the guys that have been really performing this season, and I fully expect them to go well over 230 feet too. Have we had 4 competitors in a pro event over 230 feet?
I am not too sure. I'm going to have to go into the stat bank to get confirmation of that. But
yeah, maybe a few years ago we would have seen a competition with 3 or 4 skiers close, but I don't know.
All right then, skier on the water is the one, the only Freddie the Nightmare Kruger, and a tiny reminder there that if you want to see the very best in water ski coverage, you can go to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can subscribe. You'll be instantly notified as to when next time we go live. And also, we are receiving notification that 70.5 meters, 231 feet, is a pending national record for Austria.
That's huge. Congratulations to Luca. They'll be verifying
that is why the line has been taken out the boat.
They'll be verifying the rope, verifying that jump, and he's a happy guy. And we're going to go to the water. Freddie Kruger, the significance of this man is he has won this event the last 3 years, and additionally, when he held the world jump record, it was set at this very site, 250 feet. It's been a few years past since he achieved that mark, but he's still been winning events, floating them down there like that on, he's got unstuck on the landing, and he's not going to pull that out.
Oh, my word.
I don't know what happened.
When was the last time we've ever seen that?
That was a weird landing. Just got pulled a little bit funny on the landing, I think, and it's unfortunate because that jump would have got him straight through into the final had he skied
would have been
away.
221 feet.
Is that the distance yeah. So it wouldn't have been taking the lead, but it would have got him straight into the final. But now he's got to go back and figure things out. Strange things happen on landings. It's unfortunate.
Did you say stranger things?
No, I said strange things happen on landings, here and there. You just get kind of pulled funny, bounce a little bit, and from hero to zero.
Oh. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I have, for sure. I've seen that happen a lot on skiers. It doesn't happen to skiers of this caliber that much, but you lose focus or just slightly off balance in the landing. You're coming down from 35 feet in the air. I mean, there's a lot of impact on that landing, and if you're not quite balanced, you can bounce kind of slightly off. Nothing that will phase them. The good thing is, sometimes when that happens is, you can bounce and your ski can catch, and, I've seen some injuries, we've seen happen to a few girls on landings, where they're injured their knee, and he got bounced a bit funny, but luckily none of the skis didn't catch, so he's fine, and he'll be coming back jump 2 and 3. On the dock, Joel Poland suiting up. He'll be our 10th competitor, our final competitor for this morning, before we go into round 2 here with the women and the men. I think both Joel and Freddie are getting pretty excited. They've seen 230-foot jumps from the previous 2 competitors, and they know it's things are shaping up well for some PBs out here.
All right, then, as you can probably tell, the back of his bib there, Alien. I don't know whether you saw that yesterday there, Kyle.
I did, yeah.
All right, there, here
Sums
comes...
them up well, I believe. This is Freddie Kruger. This is jump number 2, 221, but it doesn't count. He didn't ski it away. is jump number 2. Not quite as late as you've seen from Taylor, but so smooth through the jump. Floats that one down. It's not going to be the longest jump of the day.
But he does land it and ski it away.
He does land it, and I'd say it's going to make it into the final. I don't know if it's high 20s, mid 20s, low 20s. From this angle, it just looked like a beautiful, easy jump for Freddie Krueger.
All right, and building into his third and last jump as we see once again our final competitor in round number 1, Joel Poland, get set.
What this is called is, experience and professionalism is just getting the job done. He didn't do it on the first one because the landing, did it on second. 223. He didn't push it, didn't go super hard, just smooth, got his extension off the ramp, and qualified for our final. Doesn't have to worry about skiing in round 2 if he doesn't choose to. 223, it slots him into third position. And he has one more jump remaining to kind of crank things up a little bit, see if he can float one down there and take the lead away from Taylor Garcia and Luca Rochenwald.
Okay, so between the top 3 competitors right now, we've seen Taylor Garcia 70.5, Luca Rochenwald with 70.5, and I mean it's the margins in terms of centimeters and meters, is very, very small indeed. But here we go. This is Freddie the Nightmare Krueger.
Yeah, he's definitely going to bring this one down a little bit, isn't he?
Let's see what he's got.
He was pretty reserved on jump number 2. This looks like a lot more speed, and he boots it. He's floating it down there.
Ooh.
It's a little. Oh,
does he recover out of this
landing
one?
Again.
Oh my word!
He is.
I don't want to repeat what he just said there, but he's just as flabbergasted with that as we are.
No, you don't need to. We all heard it. He's confused. He doesn't know quite what's happened on that landing. That's strange for it to happen once, and extremely strange for it to happen twice. It was a good jump, and looking over my shoulder, the distance has come through as, well, obviously it's 0, but it would have been 230 feet. It wouldn't have taken the lead, but it would have been a strong jump for him, and it would have slotted himself right in behind Taylor and Luca. But he's shaking his head going, what the heck happened on those 2 jumps? Not 2 hard landings. You saw his head kind of fold down on the landing, but he's all right.
All right then, so Kyle, enter his headspace. Does he take the second round or not?
Okay. Oh, geez, that landing was heavy. Yeah, I saw just his head almost hit his knees there as he hit the water. But I don't know. I think he's going to be chatting it over with his wife Karen and kind of figuring out. I know he probably hasn't done as much training over the last couple of weeks as he would like to, so he may want to go out there and get a little bit more time on the water. Maybe try and figure out his landings a little bit. Who knows? Because landings don't get any easier at night. It's when you can't see the landings. It's tough. So yeah, I expect we might see him back out there. Whether he takes all his jumps next round, he might just kind of be picky and choosy. If he feels really good, he might take one. But I'd say he might want a little bit more time on the water.
All right, so that brings us to our final competitor, the current leader in the Waterski Pro Tour men's jump standings, presented by John K. Phillips. This is Joel Poland from Great Britain.
I didn't want to say anything before while he's sitting on the dock because, you never want to kind of put things in skiers' heads, but I'm expecting big things from this guy right here. This guy's been jumping really, really well, really strong.
And when I was talking,
he's confident. He went 232 last weekend. He's seen these guys out here jumping pretty far, pretty easily. And his personal best, I think it's 235. I think it's the English record. So I think he's going to not just try and qualify for the final here,
but make a statement.
Make a statement and say, hey, you know what? I can push closer to 240. We haven't seen too many jumpers jump 240 ever in the history of this sport.
When I was conversing with Freddie yesterday, that we basically came to the agreement that when this guy is pushed to perform, that's when he comes through the best.
Oh, no, for sure.
All right, let's see where he is on the
It's opportunity too, Tony. The skiers don't get the opportunities when everything is dialed in, the boat's strong, great driver, good sight. They want to take opportunities when they can. Here it is. It's jump number 1 for Joel Poland. No, that's not going to be it. No, he's sort of was a little bit early, I think, kind of didn't keep his direction through the jump, but it's still, it's a strong distance, but not what we're looking for from Joel Pollan and not what he's expecting of himself. First time he's been on the waters of Isles of Lake Hancock this year. So a little bit of a sighter, a little bit of a warm-up jump for Joel Pollan.
Could this be enough to take him through 220, 220 feet?
I say that with a little bit of a smirk because although it's a warm-up jump, it was enough to make our final, and it's a 220-foot jump, which is huge distance. But for this guy, it's not what he wants.
Yep, he makes it through to the next round of the competition by 30 centimeters. 67.1 meters compared to Dorian Llewellyn's jump of 66.8. So our finalists, 6 of them anyway, are Jack Critchley, Louis Duplon-Freiburg, Taylor Garcia, Luca Rockenwald, Freddie Krueger, and our latest one, Joel Pollan.
Yeah, so Joel Pollan now slots himself into 4th spot. He's the only one that can kind of upset the seed for Saturday night. Right now it's going to be, I think it's actually Luca who's going to be the last one off the dock at this point, depending on what Joel does, because he's the highest seeding coming in. Taylor will be out just after, well, just before him. But Joel Pollan will have something to say about the seeding.
Right, let's see.
Right on this second jump. Yeah, he's brought this one down. He's into it. Can he take some speed through it? He's got some extension. That's a big jump.
And when he leans over towards his left, that jump is going to be long.
When he does that little dance on the landing, he knows he's gone pretty far too. So
yeah,
let's wait and see. I don't know if it's as far as what he wants. He's going to be pushing things on jump number 3. There was still a few things missing out of that, but as we saw with this 220, he did that pretty easy. So what has he done on jump number 2? And the distance coming through, it's our leader. It's 2:33, 71.1 meters. And he is going to be the top seed going into tomorrow night. And he has one more jump. What can he do? Because I still don't think he's got his feeling on the jump as well as he can. He can get more from the jump. He can probably get a little bit more speed, moved around a little bit in the air. 233 feet. That's the best jump of the season for him.
All right, to the best of your recollection, in one round, have you seen 3 jumps of over 70 meters?
I don't think I've seen, well, yeah, I think I've seen over 3 jumpers over 230 feet. It was a shame Freddie fell on that landing because that would have been 4 jumpers over 230 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've seen many events. I'm going to struggle to remember, but yeah, there's been a few years that I saw, you know, the likes of Freddie, Jarrett, you know, maybe Jason Seals, Ryan Fitz,
Ryan Dodd,
you know, and all in one event go over 230 feet, yeah.
Okay, trying to improve
Third and
upon
final.
a season's
Come on, Joel,
best
can he go a little
effort.
bit further? It's later, he's digging in. He's got another big jump. Oh, he is.
There we go.
Hear
Look
him in
at
the
that.
air. He's loving that one.
Oh, my word. And we were riding along with him on that jump. I tell you what.
Oh, let's see. How far was it? Oh, I don't want to say. I'm cheating here. I'm cheating here, Tony. The distance is being just posted out behind us. There it is, 236 feet. That's his personal best. That's a new British record. It's 71.9 meters, and I'm seeing our TC walk
our TC
straight back down to the dock
now
to measure that rope because this has to be approved. But 236 feet.
with a camera.
I had a feeling watching him leave the dock with everything shaping up through this round of competition. The jumps being so far from some of our earlier competitors that Joel Pollan was about to do something special. And there it is, guys. You've seen it here. It's 236. One of the longest jumps we've seen. I think it's the longest jump we've seen this year, to be honest. Definitely from Joel Pollan. I know Freddie's been close. 71.9, 236 feet.
And the way that he extends that jump from the peak of his flight, where he actually leans up away from the line, I mean, that is a thing of beauty right there. Let's have a look at this from this unique perspective for a jump of over 70 meters. Comes across the wake, just drives it on through. He's not pushing it.
He's
not pushing to
no,
get
not
on.
at all. I mean, sometimes that's you being on the corner doesn't equate to a long jump, but you feel confident when you've got a couple feet to spare, and you relax a little bit into the bottom, and then can really unload on your ramp work, which he did on that one. And the Alien has landed. He's landed 236 feet from the jump. It's 71.9 meters, and a very happy Joel Poland.
And just look at that expression there, right in front of the camera. Oh my word. He doesn't get much better than that. All right, let's have a look at this here leaderboard.
Some scary distances.
Joel Poland, 70.1, 236. Current two-way tie for second between Taylor Garcia and Luca Rockenwald on 231. Freddie Krueger on 223. Jack Richley on 219 and into a two-way tie for fifth with Louis Diplom Freiberg. So those aforementioned names all through to the next round. And going into the second round Reparcharge, two of these remaining four competitors will advance through to the next round of the competition. But who could it be? Could it be Dorian Llewellyn or Emil Ritter or Igor Morozov or even Eduardo Morenzi? We're going to find out in the fullness of time as we...
So close, Tony, wasn't it? Between fifth and eighth, between those four competitors, there was a foot in it, not even. So probably about 0.7 and 0.6 of a meter, maybe 0.5 of a meter between those four competitors. Crazy.
So it looks like we're going to take a half-hour break, 30 minutes, as a look down along the shoreline and see Mr. Steve Garcia there. We're just floating on a cloud right now, having seen all of those jump distances.
He's liking what he's seeing. He's liking the way this is shaping up.
Yeah.
We're going to be back with the second round, and although those six competitors go straight through, I imagine a number of them are going to choose to jump again because the headwind's picking up a little bit. So stay tuned. We're going to see some even bigger jumps, I bet.
As we have continuing coverage of the 2024 King of Darkness event, and we have a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back with the women's round two, another seeding round for our female competitors, and then we'll end off with the men's round two, Reparcharge, from which we take two out of the remaining skiers that haven't yet qualified through to the final, through to that nighttime final. And we'll be back with all of that great action to come here at the 2024 King of Darkness right after this.
on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh. Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go on, go! On your mark, get ready, set, all eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh. underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh. Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and overdrive. Go! On your mark, get ready, set, go! All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh. soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
Well, hello, good afternoon, or or at least a little portion of the morning is still left here, Eastern Daylight Time here in the Orlando area. This is the 2024 King of Darkness Elimination Round Series. We've already gone through 2 rounds of jumping, one for women, one for men. And there you see on the left-hand side of your screen is the women's jump round 2, followed by the men's jump in round number 2. So let's have a quick look at some of the results, shall we? In the women's competition, with all of them advanced through to the jump in a final. So no imminent danger of any of our women's competitors are coming up short on being able to jump in the nighttime final. But that being said, Hanna Stroltsovo, 57.2 meters or 188 feet, currently leads the way ahead of Sasha Denyaskaya on 54.7 or 179. Brittany Wharton currently in 3rd place with 53.1 or 174. Regina Jaquist currently in 4th place right now on 47.5 or 156. And as you can plainly see on the dock, our first competitor out in the 2nd round and currently lying in 5th place after 5 skiers is Chile's Valentina Gonzalez, and she'll be our leadoff skier in round 2 as she was in round number 1. So that is those are the results so far as the women's are concerned. Let's have a quick, brief look at the male competitors. In 10th place after the first round is Eduardo Morenzi on 61.6 meters or 202 feet. Igor Morozov 63.8 or 209. Emil Ritter on 66.5 or 218. Dorian Llewellyn on 66.8 meters or 219. Now, the remaining competitors that I'll read off to you are the 6 that have made it through to the jump in the final at this stage, namely Jack Critchley and Louis Duplon-Freiberg, who are in a 2-way tie for 5th with 66.9 meters or 219 feet. Freddie Kruger on 67.9 or 223 on the one jump that he landed. A 2-way tie for 2nd exists between Luca Rockenwald, setting a pending national record for Austria with 70.5 meters or 231, tying up with Taylor Garcia with his best jump of the season with 70.5, and with a potential new British national men's jump record of 236 feet or 71.9 meters. Joel Poland leads the way going into round number 2. There you see on the screen is our women's jump starting list, and we're going to lead off with Valentina Gonzalez as our drone pilot, Jason Scholl at the controls, and again our first look of our competitor to take to the water first in the 2nd round. Now this is another pure seeding round again. Valentina Gonzalez, for her part, if she wants to move up in terms of seedings, she has got to jump at least 47.6 meters or 156 feet. And our second skier to take to the dock is already getting ready herself. It's Regina Jaquist. So that kind of sets the scene a little bit for what we are about to see going forward. Beautiful conditions, the wind picking up a little bit, which is just absolutely music to our jumpers' ears going forward, both in the men's and the women's competition. And our lead-off competitor is Valentina Gonzalez of Chile, selecting letter S like she did in round number 1. So no change there. Here she comes. And a little bit early on jump number 1, I fancy, and that is Valentina Gonzalez passing up on the initial jump, and showing a little signs of frustration as a result there. So that is Valentina's opening attempt, and she gets 2 more. As I mentioned before, and as I'll continue to mention, none of our female competitors are in any danger of being eliminated from the competition at this stage. All of them will be part of the jump-in festivities. in the final round, which will take place on Saturday night right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. So passing up on jump number 1 and making our way towards the end of the lake, the south end of this facility here. It is Valentina Gonzalez, who has represented Chile with distinction over the years of competing. And sitting back here next to me is Kyle Eade. So how are you doing, good sir?
Oh, I'm doing great, Tony. Just spent a few moments in a breakdown with the pro men's and women's jumpers. Obviously, all the women are about to go out and compete again, I believe. Gonzalez is the one that has some work to do. She's got to catch Regina Jacques' score of 156. The men, you know, there's the top four. Sorry, the bottom four will have to go out again. There's a few of the men. I was trying to figure out who of the the top 6 men might go back out again, because there's a bit of excitement down there. As to,
I think you'll be hard pushed to find a competitor that won't go back out there.
Actually, it surprised me. I'll get back to that in just a second. Here's Valet on jump number 2.
Oh, passing up on jump number 2.
It's past here, so putting a lot of pressure on her and taking a lot of pressure off of the final 4 competitors. She's got to find some distance here on her 3rd and final. Passes on jumps 1 and 2. So there was just trying to figure out of the top 6, who would maybe take that extra round. And it looks like Joel Pollan's pretty happy with this 236, obviously. He's going to save it for tomorrow night. Looks like Luca Rochenwald, I thought he might need some extra practice.
But all of this could be subject to change, because, I mean, if the first few competitors get a hold of one.
Yeah, maybe so. So I shouldn't say that now. And then Freddie Kruger, I think he's hurting a little bit from landing pretty solid on those couple of jumps, so he might be
I spoke to him on that one.
Bit of a rest in round 2, so I thought he might go out and try and figure out what was happening there. But he said he stuck his arm in the water on the landing on his first landing, and that's what threw him off and he's hurt his elbow a little bit. It'll be fine for tomorrow night, but he just wants to kind of rest it up. So we'll wait and see. I guess if these first couple in the men's sort of start flying, then who knows. But the exciting part is all the women are set to go again. And there were some big jumps, weren't there, in the first round? Season's best from Sasha Danishevskaya was 179. Brittany Wharton was right up there, 174. And Hannah Streltsova not getting her lift and still flying 188 feet. So those few skiers will come up here shortly after Valet, and the next skier, Regina, kind of battle it out, I think, for the final spot in the top 4.
All right, let's see what Valet can do. She's passed up on her opening 2 jumps, and as I mentioned, no danger of being out of the party that will take place on Saturday night. So in the previous round of a competition, we've got Valentina Gonzalez. On her opening jump, it was 45.5 meters. She then went on to jump 46 meters exactly on jump number 3 for 151 feet. So let's see what she can do. If she can jump more than 46.5, it'll at least put some heat.
Oh, that is strange for Valet, yeah.
Regina Jacques, which will not happen here. So Valentina Gonzalez will be confirmed as the first skier off the dock in the nighttime jump final in the women's competition.
Sorry, it was Regina will be off first, the top 4. Valet will unfortunately not be joining us tomorrow night. Just... Okay, so Valet Gonzalez not kind of finding her timing there in any of those 3 jumps and skiing it back to the dock. We had word that actually all 5 will be advancing, so we're just kind of seeding rounds here. Regina, you're correct, Valet will be off the dock first. Oh. And followed by Regina, unless Regina kind of comes up with something a little bit more in round at number 2.
All right.
Capable of it.
Hold still, Regina.
Yeah.
There you go.
hopefully she can kind of get her eye in a little bit here on round number 2. hopefully see her in the 70s as well. Put some pressure on the remaining 3 skiers.
And we get to see her on this camera view here, up on your screen. And waits for the line to tighten, and once it does, she is off and on her way. Regina Jaquist, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the finest water skiers to have ever competed at this level. A slalom victories and exploits have been well documented, of course. She is the current world slalom record holder, and has also applied her talents to the tricks in the jump event, and a many-time overall world champion in that respect. But let's see if she can focus 100% on what she's got going on for the jump event, as Sasha Denyaskaya just rocking out a little bit on the dock. I wonder what's playing through those Bluetooth headphones. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to tell us after the fact. But
well, let's think back to previous years of this event. They always got to choose their song as they came off the dock. I hope that's going to happen again. We saw some interesting choices. It is always interesting to know what pumps these skiers up. And this is Regina Jaquist as she comes in on a jump. Oh, that is not a good. Not good ramp work on jump number 1. Set her butt right on the ramp.
Just was moving about. Way too much.
Looked separated a little bit, didn't she, through the wakes, and unsettled on her heels, and decided, to safety crush a jump number 1.
All right, then let me ask you this question, for a little bit of fun here. What song would you select going off the dock?
Put me on the spot here. I mean, it's a bit cliche, I guess, but some of the Eminem songs, the Lose Yourself, that's always sort of got me in the right sort of headspace. So yeah, something like that.
I'm going to go old
dated
school.
Now, though.
I'm going to go old school myself. I'd go with Scorpions and Rock You Like a Hurricane, but I don't think that will be terribly welcome with the folks around here, given what's happened. But we've just seen Regina Jaquist there on jump number 1.
Sticking her head for a bit.
All right, there. So we're looking at a few of our folks there getting ready to go, and we see Joel Poland there, and just trying to chill for a while.
Yeah, Rock You Like a Hurricane. That's a good song.
Yes.
Always loved going. Back in the days when it was kind of new, was that the AC/DC Thunderstruck, when they played that at Moomba at the night. It wasn't a song I did listen to, but they'd crank it up when the skiers were starting. That was always got everybody fired up. So Regina Jaquist, jump number 2, looked better off the ramp there. Still not the distance she's looking for. She's, as we said, she's already through to the final. Her jump number 1 was 1:26. She won't even look at that distance. Jump number 2, we're going to guess, maybe in the low 50s. She went 1:56 in the first round. She's going to be, so far, she's going to be second off the dock.
All right.
Needs to find another 20 feet or so to put any sort of challenge on Brittany, Sasha, and Hannah, who will be coming out next.
All right, then. So 153, which compared to her middle jump distance in the previous round of 153, it's actually 1 foot further. So based upon the same jump that she took in the previous round, she got 152 in jump number 2 in the previous round, and she's on 153 now. Actually improves it to the tune of 30 centimeters.
But she did go 56 on her third one.
Yeah, she did, 156, just trying to...
So I was down there chatting with her before, and she is the defending champion. And this event was held about a year and a half ago, in May of 2023. And I said, she's going to have to. I said, you're going to have to pick things up a notch to kind of defend your position. And she said, yeah, this is how she started last year too. She struggled a little bit in the earlier rounds, didn't jump that far, went out pretty early in the final, and a 3/4 cut, I believe, and pulled off a 176 at night, which is no easy feat. And
on letter T.
Yep, it stood up. So Regina coming in at jump 3, decides to pass. Says, you know what, that's enough. I've got my iron. I know where I'm at. didn't have the best rounds of jumping, didn't have the distance I really was looking for, but gained valuable information to take through to the night jump final. That'll kick off around about 6:30, 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Indeed, indeed, as Regina Jaquist swims into the shore and tries to navigate away. And
speaking about tomorrow night, Tony, daylight saving kicks in this weekend. Is that right? But it won't be tomorrow night. It's Saturday night. They turn the clocks, I believe. So the women often are right on that sort of dusk time. Correct? They'll be starting around. It might be dark by then, 6:45, 7 o'clock. I know the men start at 8 o'clock at night. It'll be pitch black for that. But whether the woman will be jumping in complete blackness, we're not sure yet.
all right, that last jump resulted in a refusal, but her best jump is a 153 or 46.7 meters. Now, skier on the water is Brittany Wharton.
So I really liked the way Brittany looked in the first round. 174 was down there. Trying to just chat with all the skiers, to be honest, trying to get a bit of a feel on what they thought. Yeah, she was happy, but she just said, you know what, I felt good, just need to bring it down. Just need to bring it down. So yeah, just need a little more speed. 174 was all on the ramp work, being clean, being technical, but just lacking intensity. So yeah, daylight saving's not for another week, is that correct? Yeah, so. But regardless, in past events, the women's night jump usually starts just as the sun's going down, so it's not quite. It's actually a weird light to jump in sometimes. It's not fully black, and it sort of changes through the event, we should say, yeah.
Indeed, indeed. As we look at Brittany Wharton here, coming in on jump number 1, hailing out of Little Rock in Arkansas. Here she comes. Jump number and pass.
Yeah, seen a few passes so far in this round at number 2. Hopefully that pass is because she said, you know what, I need that. I need to bring it down. I need to find my timing, get into the course. If I want to challenge Sasha, if I want to challenge Hannah, I've got to have more speed. I've got to be in the course more. So get closer and closer to that dock. Let's see if we can see it in the replay. And yeah, that's a pretty healthy attempt. But chose to pass pretty early as far as just off the second wake. But hopefully she figured out, hey, yeah, I can take that if I need to tomorrow night.
All right, then. So at this stage of the game, having passed on jump number 1 and within earshot, how important is the coach here in this scenario?
I mean, obviously, different skiers do different things. Some rely heavily on the coach on the shore. When I skied, didn't really faze me too much. I had my own game plan going out, and most of these skiers do, but they do it's reassuring, I think, to have somebody on the shore to kind of back up or reinforce what you're thinking, and especially when it's a timing issue, or even if they see something out in the water that maybe you don't see. So that's always comforting.
All right, so there is our remaining schedule of the day. Women's jump round 2. And followed on by men's jump round 2. The round 2 is for the men is a pure Reparcharge round for those 4 competitors that haven't made it through to the jump final, the nighttime final. It is reseeded, so yeah, whoever came away with the last jump distance will be first off the dock in round number 2.
And looking down the shoreline, I do see Scott Greenwood. This is Brittany's dad. He's on site, and I think he's doing some of the driving for us today as well. But he's videoing. He's probably her coach. Strong skiing family, the Greenwoods. Been in the sport a long time. All of their kids, very, very successful competitors. And Brittany Greenwood, now Wharton, coming in.
Oh,
jump
look at
2.
that.
Yep. That was a little later, wasn't it? It was on the corner a bit. Maybe didn't come off quite the way she wanted to compared to round number 1.
All right,
Let's see
then.
what distance. It's going to be the longest jump we've seen so far in round number 2.
And if it's anything more than 53.1 meters or 174 feet, it will be her best jump in this competition if we were to compare that jump like for like with jump number 2 in the previous round. Oh, I tell you what, hold the phone, 175 feet, 175, that's the equivalent of 53.2 meters, 53.2. Yeah, that's taken the lead at this stage in this round and holds a seeding at that spot.
Yeah, so all 5 are going in, but this round is being used for seeding, isn't it?
Indeed.
So the longest jump of any of these 2 rounds will create the seeding for, and that can play into it. That's a big thing for a night jump event. You know, you got to know, you want to know what you have to do. So all these competitors are going out there to try and make sure they're either holding their spot or climbing in the seeding list. And Brittany hasn't climbed, but she's added distance, which is good. She's seeking further than 179 to catch Sasha.
Yeah, or 54.7.
And she'd dearly love to catch Hannah, but the 188 I think might be a little bit out of her reach right now. But who knows? She has been over at 180 feet, and hopefully she's got another one for us right here now, jump 3.
I'm sure her husband, Chris Wharton, is trying to encourage her through the computer screen right now, wherever he happens to be. Here he is. Here she is. There we go. That is Brittany Greenwood. Fantastic effort there on jump number 3, but is it going to be further than 179 feet? Now, the U.S. open women's jump record is into the 180s. We'll see how close it is to that. We'll get the distance very, very soon, but she came in with a whole truckload of speed. And that last jump, not quite as far, unfortunately. It's a 163, 163 feet, or 49.7.
Yeah, so definitely had, and that's what she wanted to achieve from that round. Is she was happy with technically how she was jumping the first round, but she needed to find a later spot, a later look. She found that. She's got to try to put the 2 ingredients together. Speed is one of them, and the ramp work is the other one. She didn't have the ramp work, had the speed on jump 3, and that's why the distance was down a little bit, 163. But a good round of jumping, posting another 175. That's one of her better jumps this season. She will be 3rd off the dock, 3rd top seed tomorrow night.
All right then, folks, skier on the water at this time, our penultimate skier in this round. This is Sasha Denierskaya, former world overall champion from way back in 2021. And has certainly performed some wonders here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. This is her home training site. As we see...
That's correct. The previous winners, Regina Jaquist, has run it 3 out of the last 4 times.
Indeed, that's correct.
Wow. That's a surprising statistic. I knew she'd won it last year, and Hannah won it the year before. But to have won it the other years, that's great. The odds are in her favor.
All right, let's have a look and see what we've got here for Sasha Denierskaya, turning just after the 600 or 180 meters away from the jump. Here she comes, crouching down, tensing up, and taking a pass on jump number 1. We'll see how things shape up on after that attempt there. Jump number 1 refusal, 2 jumps remaining for Sasha Denierskaya.
So a season's best performance in round 1, it was 179, and she's going to be doing exactly the same as what Brittany did. She's going to go out there and say, you know what, I've got a score on the board. I know where I'm going out tomorrow night. I'm in 2nd top seed already. I'm going to have a bit of a crack at it, and you saw that from the turn. She sort of had to jump into it a little bit. She knew she was a bit later. Maybe it was a little bit too much. She'll make a slight adjustment, hopefully smooth things out, calm it down, and hopefully we're going to see her over 180 feet as well. Just right there, just rushed a touch, got that chest down a little bit, got into the cut maybe a little bit too soon with her upper body, and yeah, not quite feeling in the position through the wakes to take that one. There is
Sasha getting ready for jump number 2, and already as we get in towards November, as we round off for the season. Let me ask you a quick question there, Kyle. What are you going to be? I'll give you a little bit of an opportunity there to get yourself situated. But Kyle, what do you have going on in the off season? This off season in this part of the world.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. Just enjoying the Peru Power, the food truck on site. Anybody on site, get down to enjoy their lunch they're offering today. Off season, yeah. Well, it's going to start here in a week or so, isn't it? Pretty much the end of October. I know the Miami Pro will be the first weekend in November. There are a couple other events. I know one at Jack Travers has been scheduled into mid-November due to weather. Really, they had to push things back. I think there's even one, just here on the other lake that Drew Ross is going to be doing as well. But for me, no, we take a break. It's time to take a bit of a rest. November, we don't do a whole lot. I'm actually going down to Australia and New Zealand, going to do some work with some juniors down in, a number of skiers down in Australia and New Zealand, usually down there for about a month. So looking forward to that.
The reason why I ask is because Sasha Denyaskaya in the off season, she's going to get married in January over in Costa Rica. But that couldn't be the furthest from her mind at this point, having passed up on her opening 2 jumps.
Yeah, so I don't know if she's just not finding her spot or if this was kind of the intention, go out and just kind of cut and pass a little bit, maybe take one if it feels really good, test out where she can go. When you get this sort of bonus round, it's hard to know their intentions, whether it's purely to prepare for tomorrow night or if it's to really chase a big distance. I would have thought, knowing the way she jumped in the first round and knowing she's just so close to posting a big one, she will try and take one over here.
Well,
how about yourself, Tony? What do you do in the off season? What's going on?
just working.
Working. No, don't do that. It gets in the way of skiing time.
Well, I don't have too much of that going on, unfortunately. But one has to put in some graft,
Well, some of your work involves, catching up with all the podcasts.
Yes, indeed.
Who's planning? You got some work coming up? You're interviewing some more people? What's over the winter?
I don't have anyone immediately planned, but no doubt I might get an idea with a few folks tonight in the pre-event little soiree over at the Garcia's place. So I'll probably grab one or two of them and do a podcast interview with one of those.
So those ones are just like little chats, you just catch up. But do you have long sit-downs? Do you have long sit-downs with different people, right?
Sometimes during the off season, when they're available, just call them over the phone, and or Facebook Messenger and do that kind of stuff, to give you a little bit more of an insight as to what those guys are and girls are doing, especially in the off season, as they prepare for next season, which is actually going to be a Worlds year. So I mean, that's going to be terribly important going forward for some of these folks, including Sasha Denyaskaya, who's jumping here on a 3rd and last attempt. Now, she's already going to be a part of the festivities in the nighttime jump final, but let's see what she can do here. Oh,
that was late.
Speedballs
yeah,
off
that was
that
definitely
one.
late. Yeah, she. I think she had it in the back of her mind, maybe take this one, but
now the real telling picture is what that helmet cam has has just captured.
Whether it was
How much later she was.
So now I definitely saw her in the turn get pushed so close to that dock. Looked like she created a pretty nice turn though, but maybe she knew. Yeah, there you can see it.
There we go.
Creating a lot of angle.
Turns in.
Was she able to hold it off the second
More
wake?
white than red here.
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably one of those ones that she could have taken, but she wanted to save for the right occasion, which is tomorrow evening. Back to your off-season work, Tony. You're dodging the question a little bit. If there's, you've interviewed a few. Who's on your? Is there some people on your list that who would you really like to hear from, that you haven't chatted with?
That's a difficult one because out of the 180 or two podcast episodes that I've conducted over the last 4 years,
yep.
Pretty much interviewed at most, but then again, you can always go back and re-interview them and see what has changed in the last season or so. One person who be intrigued to find out a little bit more from is the skier on the water right now, Hannah Straltsova.
Well, that might be an easier one for you. She's in your area too. I guess you can have a good sit down.
That's right.
And chat with her. But talk about her, obviously her strong last couple seasons. She's a current world overall champion. She's a current world jump champion. She's undefeated so far on the tour. And she's our top seed at the King of Darkness in 2024 with 188 feet from round number 1. And she's back out there not to change her seeding. She's out there to try and go that much further down the lake. I know her personal best 193. The question you're going to ask her is how long before you can go 200, yes?
Something like that, yes. That would be one of my first questions, as a matter of fact here.
I know that's in her sight, so it's a big ambition. One girl has done it, Jacinta Carroll, 202 feet a few years ago. And this is the girl that's come second closest so far, 193.
All right, a slower turn this time around. Oh, nicely done there. Good dose of speed into the bottom of the jump, and this is the kind of jump that she's been wanting to throw out there for quite a while. And
always a good sign, Tony, when you see a jumper stand up off their landing and check their right fin. They're on the corner. They're pushing it. Let's watch the replay, see how late, in fact, she was. We've had a couple competitors pass all 3 jumps, but no, not for Hannah. She said, you know what, I'm going to go hard. I'm going to go late. I'm going to push the corner and see how far I can go. And I'm getting a little bit of an early look at the distance. Look how late she was off the dock. Really kind of powered in, was on the corner, booted it. The distance going to come up on your screen very, very shortly.
This is going to be a great one.
It's the longest jump we've seen so far out of the woman. She's increased her lead. I'm going to go ahead and say it because this has not quite come through, but it's 193 feet, guys, 58.8 meters. That could be her, it ties her best in feet. It could be her best ever in meters, 58.8 meters. We've talked about her eyeing up 200 feet. She's got 7 to go, but that's a big 7. That's a long 7 feet. 2 meters, 60.9 is 200 feet. Can she find 2 more meters?
Well, that's actually a personal best there of 58.9 meters. I mean, I'm looking at the previous best jump distance of 58.6.
Definitely. So here it is. She's had a PB, and can she come back and find a few more? This is another late cut. She holds it better at the wakes. Just moves
look
into
at that!
The bottom. That's a big
oh my
jump.
Word! Beautiful looking jump there from Hannah Straltsova. That is going to be closer to about maybe a 194.
Tony, I saw you get excited on that jump, or I heard you get excited, but she didn't look quite as thrilled on the landing. So let's wait and see. It was a good jump, wasn't it? But whether it's further.
Held a direction extremely well off that second wake and just really just sent it on that jump there. Now, she said that she wanted a personal best, and that is a personal best by a country mile. 59.3 meters or a 195.
What a jump, and she definitely held at the wakes. Usually, the last few times I've seen her jump, she's been letting up, rocking back and forth. She held at that time, 195. Who should ever doubt you, Tony? You got added, you predicted an extra couple feet. She found it, 59.3. This is getting exciting. Can she find a few more? 195 feet, the longest jump we've seen from a woman in quite some time, and really establishing herself as the second greatest woman jumper of all time, pretty much.
No, but she wants that hat. She wants the top spot, doesn't she? I mean, she's 195 feet, but the difference in technique and everything else that's needed to go for 195 to just going what seems to be minuscule by 8 foot, you know, it takes that much more.
It does, and but Hannah's working her way at it, and she's getting so much closer. This is the third and final. It's another late one. Held it and slips back on the landing. Couldn't get the
that
lift.
Was dodgy.
Yeah, it was dodgy. But she, what a round of jumping. 193, 195, 59.3. Amazing skiing there. You know, the first, to be honest, let's be fair to her. The first milestone she needs to cross off is 60 meters, and she wasn't far away. 2 feet, 59.3. You know, 60 meters is a big jump, and hopefully she can cross that one. And being that close to the corner, she's not going to do it on that third and final though.
And you know the difference here with this jump set compared to the other one. The first jump set, she was trying to hurry her turn and get the skis round in like double quick time. In these jumps there, especially that second one where she jumped 195 feet, she lengthened out the turn and turned slower so that she could keep that line tight and just drive off that turn and through the wakes.
Yeah, well picked up on, Tony. To be honest, we saw that, and we saw, because of that, the wake crossing was, to me, was the best I've seen her. She wasn't rocking around. She wasn't letting up. She was holding direction and able to take a cut that late, even though she was on the corner. On a couple of those, she was able to kind of hold her position and get better lift. The first round, she wasn't getting it. She went 188, and she was coming off a little bit crooked, you know, kind of slipping back to the boat. And so you saw potential for even further distance, and she found it in round number 2. There's the leaderboard, guys.
The leaderboard based on the second round score. This doesn't take into account the distances produced out of the first round, which is why you see Sasha Denyaskaya and Valentina Gonzalez with a 0 score. They had landed jumps in the previous round before, so that's going to have some effect on the women's jump leaderboard. But Regina Jaquist in this round jumped 153 feet. Brittany Wharton with a 175 and a new personal best with a 195 for Hannah Streltsova. And she has the lead, and she will be the last competitor off the dock in the women's jump final, which will take place at the night here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. We're going to take a short break for a moment, but to stick around, make sure you grab another tall cup of some of your favorite beverage, and grab yourself some fluffy pillows and a nice sofa somewhere, and kick back as we get ready to enjoy the jumping in round 2 here in the Elimination Round Series in the King of Darkness 2024, and we'll be back for that right after this.
into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a friend.
Okay, we are back, and Edo Morenzi is the guy on the dock. He is ready to jump. He went 202 in round number 1, but he's got some work. He's got to be the top 2 out of these the first 4 competitors. This is the last chance qualifier. There's your leaderboard from round number 1. Edo will be kicking things off 202. Igor went 209. And then Emil Ritter and Dorian Llewellyn were so close with 218 and 219, but just fell slightly short. So those are the 4 competitors. We might have a couple of those top 6, Jack Critchley, Louis, that might go back out again. We're hoping to see a few of them. Taylor, Luca, Joel, all massive jumps. Joe Poland, 236. Taylor Garcia, 231. Luca, 231. Freddie Krueger had a couple awkward landings, so I don't think he's going again. But some big jumping in round number 1. We saw it in slalom yesterday. Everybody fired. Everybody skied exceptionally well, and we're seeing it in the jump today. The longest jump from a woman we just witnessed, it was Hannah Strautsova going 195 feet. And the season's best jump, I think, for the year is Joe Poland, 236. I don't think anyone has flown further than that in any competition. I know Freddie Krueger would have been very close.
So welcome back. For those of you that have just rejoining us after you've scurried along to the refrigerator and grabbed yourself a bevy or 3, and reasserted yourself on the couch, complete with accompanying pillows, or whether you're in that drab office.
We don't want them to go to sleep though, Tony. We don't want to take a nap on the couch. We want them to get excited and watch the jump along with us. It is 12:30. It's a Friday afternoon, so I hope that beverage has something special in it, and they can kick back, relax after a hard week of work, and enjoy some of the world's best jumping with us.
Or maybe they're still at work.
W57, 1 foot wide.
Sneaking that drink out of the top drawer of their desk, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, we jest. Okay, here we go. We got Eduardo Morenzi, a former member of Louisiana's Raging Cajuns Waterski team, who finished up as NCWSA National Collegiate Team Champions for the 5th straight time.
Yeah, so Edo Morenzi leaves the dock. He has 3 jumps to try and make his way into tomorrow night's jump final, kicking off at 8 o'clock. Exciting schedule, starting at 4 tomorrow afternoon through till 10 o'clock, and finishing with this open men's jump final. Now, Edo Morenzi, he's got 3 other skiers he's got to worry about. It's Igor Morozov, it's Emil Ritter, and Dorian Llewellyn. And to be honest, Edo really has to have the jump of his life if he wants to kind of qualify ahead of these other 3 competitors. He's got to be in the top 2. His personal best, I think, is around 210 or 208, somewhere around there. And, obviously the other competitors have all been over 220 feet. So he's going to chase it. And you know what? If he goes out there and he posts one in the 2 teens, he's going to be a happy man no matter where that puts him.
And helping him along, our coach along on the shoreline is a competitor who's just jumped a distance that has posted a pending national Austrian men's jump record. That's Luca Rockenwald, and he's taking a look here and see what assistance he can provide as we get ready for Eduardo Morenzi coming in on jump number 1. That's a better looking jump. That is much, much better compared to his first jump that he produced in the opening round. As a matter of fact, he passed up on his first jump in the opening round. So a good dose of confidence right now.
Yeah, obviously much easier to come out in round number 2. He's only jumped maybe an hour and a half or so ago. He improved steadily each round. He passed. He went, like a 180 something, and then he flew 202. And he's kicking off round number 2, kind of how he left it in round number 1. It's a similar jump, maybe not be quite so as far. 196. There it is, 59.8. And let's watch this replay. But he's definitely found his spot as far as that's a safe jump for him. You can see him come off the top of the ramp here. His arms come in a little bit. You know that when they come in that early, he's not got a lot of pull from the boat for a long time off the top of the ramp. When you'll see some of our bigger jumpers, their arms are getting pulled away from them. They're pulling their hips up and really sort of take them to much higher off the jump when they have a lot of pull for a long time. So that's what he's got to kind of work on, where he sort of doesn't feel like he's losing the line so early off the top of the jump. And hopefully he can make that change for us here in jump 2 and 3.
All right there, so we just saw Eduardo Morenzi's first jump. We're seeing our first look at Emil Ritter from Chile, the current Pan American Games men's jump champion. He'll be ready to and set to take to the water as we see Eduardo Morenzi see if he can't put a jump out there that will put some heat on the next 3 competitors. Here he comes, Eduardo Morenzi. Jump
That's better.
Number 2.
No, he came off the ramp a little bit crooked. He lost a little bit, but I think he did a lot better job as far as getting in the course. I thought he had a stronger position through his cut. I don't know if it equated into long distance yet. I think he's found a few more feet, though.
And looking at some of the gesturing along the shore side from Luca, he seems to indicate that he's shoulder charging with his left side off the turn, which makes him unbalanced off the second wake into the jump. However, having said all that, it is a 204, 204 feet or 62.3 meters.
Now that's a handy jump there for Edo. He's going to be pleased that he's gone further. He knows how far everybody went in round number 1, so he knows big distances are possible out there. I thought he sorted his cut out that time. He had a nice turn. He looked great through the wakes. Just didn't finish through, just kind of lost a little bit back to the boat, and obviously that's probably what his coaches were telling him, and hopefully he'll find a little bit better ramp work. And we'd love to see him up, in the 2 teens. That would be sensational for Edo. The hard-fought battle is going to be between the next 3 skiers, though. That's going to be between Igor Morozov, Emil Ritter, and Dorian Llewellyn, and that's going to be a big battle. It's going to be. I'm not seeing Igor getting his skis on, and I don't know why. He should be next, no? Okay, so news just in. This could be an interesting one for this LCQ, but we'll talk about it after Edo has jump number 3. Can he find a few more feet? This is later.
Getting
Can
deep
he
off
calm
the
down
turn.
into the bottom, kick it? That is good. That's a nice jump.
Ooh, good flow towards the end.
He has got steadily better as this competition has progressed. And you saw him really take a bit of a harder turn there, and I thought he might not be able to hold it, but he did so. And I think that's going to be, it's going to be close to his best. I think it might be a little bit further than 204.
Getting real deep off that turn, did you see?
Yeah, and that's sometimes scary, but when you can settle it through the wakes and hold it through the jump, it equates to big distance. And there it is, guys, 209. And I think now we've got a happy camper coming back to the dock. He started the event a little bit average. He figured things out through his second and third jump in round number 1, and just progressed through round 2 to really punch one out when he needed it on jump 3, 209 feet. Congrats to Edo. And it actually does put a little bit of pressure on him. I mean, Emil and Dorian, those guys can fly over 209 pretty easily, but they can't let up. They're going to have to find some distance out there. Word is that Igor Morozov is not skiing. He should have been up right now. He was at 209. He should have been second off in this LCQ. He had some ice on his knee. Apparently, he got injured in that round number 1. So we will not be seeing Igor jumping for us here in round 2. We're going straight to Emil, and it's really now between Emil and Dorian, and they know that 209 is the distance to beat.
All right, so that jump there from Eduardo Morenzi, looking up against some of the other jumps that he's produced this season. He's only jumped further in one or two tournaments at 63.8 meters at LA Night Jam and also at a Masters qualifier. So there and thereabouts, that probably ends up being about his third longest jump of the season for Eduardo Morenzi.
Sorry, his longest has been how far?
63.8.
Yeah, so not by much, is it? It's 63.6. Yeah, he's had a couple a little bit further, but he's going to be happy with that jump. I think he knows he's on the cusp, I think, of bigger things. He is. He's hitting that distance regularly, and you know when somebody's pretty consistent around a distance, it doesn't take much just to find that little next level, that little step up, and add some distance. So good luck to Eduardo. We won't be seeing him probably tomorrow night. It all depends on what Emil and Llewellyn come up with.
All right.
And this is riding along board with Emil Ritter, jump at number 1. It's pretty late for him. As he drives in, he gets some kick.
Ooh, almost
close. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to take it on jump number 1.
I'm not too sure, but it looked like his left knee and his left leg was kind of buckling a little bit as soon as he hit the jump and lost a bit of distance and direction as a result.
He lacked a little of the energy off the ramp. It looked a bit flat, didn't it? It looked a bit dead on the ramp, like he hit it in a bit of a strange position and didn't really, there was nothing sort of crazy. He didn't crush it. He just kind of didn't extend. And when you don't extend, you don't go so far. So work to do yet for Emil Ritter because he's only come up with 203, 62 meters. He's 1.6 meters behind Eduardo. Yeah, you're right, they're on that ramp. Just sat down a little bit. Wasn't able to stand back up. You'll see some skiers do that. They hit the ramp. There's so much load, so much force. They've got a ton of speed coming in. A lot of pull through that line, and it's hard for the legs not to kind of crush down a little bit, but if you're in the right position, usually you come down a little bit and then you're able to extend as you leave the top of the ramp and into the air, and he wasn't able to get back up again, so lost and left a lot of distance on the ramp.
Okay, so with Igor Morozov unable to make an appearance here in this Reparcharge round, that therefore means that in order for Emil Ritter to make his way into the jumping final and be part of the last 8, he would essentially have to take the lead away from Eduardo Morenzi at this time, and in order to do that, he has to jump more than 63.6 meters on one of these 2 remaining jumps.
Oh, that's not it again, I don't think. He's really looking awkward on the jump, and I saw that out of him the first round. He had one jump. Yeah, he's checking his fin as well. I think he's getting pulled into the corner. He's like we said, he's a little bit of a taller jumper as far as his technique. He stands a little bit taller on his skis, but sometimes if he's not quite aligned, he'll lose a little bit of direction, and I think he's losing his line. He's getting pulled towards the corner a little bit. The 6'2" Mastercraft Pro Star, a ton of power, a ton of torque, and it really kind of pulls you strong from the wakes to the ramp. But that's what you want for big jumps, but if you're not in the position to hold it right there, you'll see him. Yeah, he is on that corner. He didn't break his fin. He's gone further with not really much lift. It's 63.5. He's 0.1 of a meter.
Yes, 0.1 of a meter
So
away.
I was kind of counting Eduardo out because, although he jumped really, really well, I assumed Emil and Dorian Llewellyn would have, or Igor would have the best of him. But Igor's not jumping, and so far Emil has not performed so late. We need a little freeze frame back on that right-hand corner, don't we?
And that's part of the package, isn't it? Whenever you go out there and whenever you're waiting on the jump, you're trying to balance, trying to hold enough speed up on the turn, and try and get a kind of running start. But then you've got to factor in what the switch is going to do to you when you tighten up that line.
Yeah, well, it's going to, on this boat, it's going to be strong. It's going to be pulling you. You've got to be set and really kind of holding your line. And like you said, he's just not quite doing that. He's too close to the corner. Can we do it on jump number 3? Get behind him. That's another late cut. He's got a better position into the bottom. He gets his extension.
Oh, he launches on that one. That's got to be it.
Stand up, Emil. Hopefully
get up.
Away. Yep.
There you go.
And jump number 3. Eduardo was standing there with his, he was nervous. He was biting his fingernails, but I think Emil's done it on jump 3. It's going to be the longest jump for him of that round. How far has he gone?
Oh, I tell you how
But
far
really,
he's gone.
he's really got his extension. He was still close to that corner, but confident enough to get his lift, and what a difference. Adds another 11 feet, because there wasn't much difference in that cut. He was still on the corner, but just early enough, just relaxed enough that he extended, and there it is, 219.66.6.
A spooky distance.
Spooky, yes. But a great distance, because that puts him through.
And then he's still late.
Yeah.
Still found room to be later.
He is coming up clutch on jump number 3. He did that in the first round too. I think he had to wait for his third jump to post a 218. He's gone 219. He is in. What position he will be in depends on this man on the dock. It's Dorian Llewellyn. And it was great to see him fly 219 feet a couple times actually in round number 1. And in round number 2 here, he doesn't need much. He needs 209. I should say don't need much. It's still a big jump, but he's well capable of it. But he wants to get ahead of Emil. He can't touch the top 6. They've already got their seating position for the final.
All right, let's have a look at this instant replay on Emil Ritter. It's certainly worth watching because he makes the turn on jump number 2. The direction that he's holding looks pretty good, but then when the switch kicks in.
All right, we're going to slow motion. We're going to freeze it right here. Look at that. He didn't make it on.
Oh no.
Nah, and no wonder he's checking his pin. His left barely made it on there. But it attests to how skilled he is to hit that corner, not panic,
2 inches,
not change positions, and be able to take that one down.
2 inches the other side, game over.
Yeah. Well, I think it was. I mean, I don't think his fin made it on. I mean, it didn't catch. Obviously, it didn't break. They're using metal fins now.
Maybe
Back in the days of plastic fins, I'm probably sure it did.
Maybe we can get a camera on his right ski.
Yeah, maybe we can see it. But you know, it depends on there's a few things that would happen right there at the corner.
All right,
Inexperienced skiers, when they're that late, I tell you what, this is a kind of jumping 101. When you're that late, inexperiencers will come in and they'll kind of let up and try and get the skis on the ramp, and that's a sure way to crash. They'll slip out. I've done it plenty of times when I was chasing distance and not sure how to do it. But Emil kept his position, kept his line. He didn't kick it, but he didn't crash either. So congrats to Emil for surviving that jump for 1, and then posting a 219 on jump 3. This is Dorian Llewellyn, jump 1.
Dorian Llewellyn, opening attempt. He knows what he's got to go for. He needs to get anything more than 63.6 meters or 209 to assure that himself of an appearance on Saturday night.
Well, it's not 219, I don't think, is it? It's not going to take
the
lead so far from Emil. It was a good jump. He lacked maybe a little bit of intensity. You saw him when he landed. He said it was like, average, average. Is it enough to take out Eduardo? We're going to wait and see. We'll know in just a few minutes. There it is. It's 214. It's 65.1, and Eduardo can pack up his 3 vent bag now. He was close. He jumped well, but we won't be seeing him tomorrow night. The field is set. We know the top 6. We know that Emil and Dorian will be joining them from this LCQ. And one jump remaining, or a couple jumps remaining to figure out who's going to be in 7th spot, who's going to be in 8th.
All right then, so it's going to be lanyap really for between now and the end, because we already know who the remaining 2 competitors will be going through to the nighttime final. It will be Emil Ritter and Dorian Llewellyn. Commiserations to Eduardo Morenzi.
And on the dock, we've got the first of the top 6. Jack Critchley is gearing up. Here we see him out there in just a second. Dorian's got 2 more jumps remaining, but Jack wanted to get a little extra practice. I have a feeling Louis might go back out there. They both jumped strong. They both jumped 219, but we're down the list a little bit. And want to work on a couple things. This is Dorian Llewellyn, jumps 2. He's powering in. He's decided to pass. Maybe a good decision. Maybe it was too late. Who knows? But he felt he definitely had a bit more intensity going on jump number 2. He's done his job. So now it's all about just kind of getting some confidence, maybe getting another big jump. He had a 219. That's one of his biggest of the season. But I know he'd dearly love to kind of prove to himself he can do it. He can go well into the 20s again, and maybe even 230. He's done it a couple times in the past. He's one of those few skiers that have tricked well over 11,000 points, run 39, and jumped 230 feet.
All right, so Dorian Llewellyn has already done what he's set out to do. Ultimate mission purpose to make it through to the jumping final. Now we'll see what Jack Ritchley can do. He's already assured himself of a spot through to the next round of the competition himself. So he's looking to try and get more of a feel for the jump, and maybe he's not going to even hit the jump at this stage. Maybe he's going to go for a cut and pass set, as a lot of jumpers typically do.
I can tell you right now that Jack Ritchley will not put his bindings on and go out and cut and pass set. He will take a jump.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in that. No, he doesn't pass very often. Now, he's pretty keen to he jumped okay. 219 is a good distance. Like I said, he did his job. He made it the top 6 straight away. But he's playing with some big boys out there. They're going 230. He needs to figure out how to do it as well. He's done it in the past, and I think you'll see maybe Louis Duplon have a crack at it too. Both these guys have got the talent, got the ambition and the dedication to do it, and they just got to find opportunities, which is right now.
I tell you what, and looking at some of our live chat, Kirby Wetzel, who I'm sure you know of, is wondering if Tinkerbell hadn't just flown the coop over in the Magic Kingdom and sprinkled this lake with some pixie dust to try and get some of these longer jump distances.
Well, something's going on here at Isles of Lake Hancock between the slalom of yesterday and the huge jumps we've seen so far. Let's get behind Dorian as he comes in for his last jump, and he's booted it.
Oh,
that's
good extension.
Jump.
Look at that.
That is nice. He seems happy. I don't know. Water skiers are a funny breed, aren't they? They never get too excited unless they just know it's absolutely huge. So, but I think that's going to be his jump of the set. Whether it's further than his 219 from jump round number 1, we'll wait and see. But he's got to feel pretty confident with that, and he's in the 20s again, guys. I think that one's going to be his longest jump.
Did you say 220?
I think it's over that. We'll wait and see for the distance. It's just coming through. But he has definitely found his legs, you could say. 221, there it is. 221, it's a huge jump. There's what we're used to seeing from Dorian, just exploding off the jump, going so high and just floating one down. And you can see him go, okay, yep, I've got work to do. It's far, but I'm happy. I'm in the 20s again.
I'll take it anyway.
All right then, so as Dorian Llewellyn exits the stage in this second round of competitive action, we now move on to our next competitor from Great Britain. This is Jack Ritchley. And Jack Ritchley, who has won a few professional titles. One of the most recent ones that comes to mind is LA Night Jam, not from this past incarnation, but the season before. And it's certainly one of the world's. He's certainly one of the world's top jumpers, and he's certainly had to work hard. And it's not always been rainbows and unicorns since ascending to this kind of level. You'd only have to go back maybe about 5 or so years to that horror show that took place during the IWWF World Open Waterski Championships that took place in Southeast Asia, and having to get through that injury scenario. But he's battled back, and he's continuing to put the pressure on the world's top elite competitors. Here he comes in, jump number 1. This is Jack Ritchley. Whoa! And he impacts the jump there and just couldn't really get much of anything going forwards. Wow. All right, Jack Critchley on the back of the boat recovering. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big cheer and try and encourage him forward, please. Jack Critchley. And the boat driver and the crew very Johnny on the spot, making sure that that everything is okay for at least at this juncture for Jack Critchley. Just comes off the second wake and just gets out the back, and there we see the actual battery pack fly into the air off the camera. And I think if we play that replay enough times, at least so far as our crew is concerned, we should be able to find the battery pack again if the water isn't too deep. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And at that moment, the battery pack got ejected, and I think he's rather surprised that that camera is actually still intact, relatively intact on top of his helmet. But if a new battery can be placed on that camera, and if it can reignite, ooh. Right, it would appear that Jack Critchley will not continue on to his remaining 2 jumps, so no improvement there from the first jump. So as is a protocol, the boat driver now taking a path down towards the other end, going through a phantom pass up and down to make sure that Louis Duplan Freiburg, the jumper about to take to water, has exactly the same conditions as everyone else are going into this event right off the dock. All right, then. So let's have a look at this instant replay again. I'm sure that that Jack Critchley will want to take a pass on this one from watching this again. But everything looked okay off the second wake, but then things started to go sideways. And certainly not every day that we're on top of the skier's helmet following them jumping, and even rarer to see something like that when that occurs from that position. And for those of you that are wondering about the camera, whether it's stayed intact, well, Vince Stadelbauer, the guy with the 1s and the 2s in the trailer, has just confirmed that camera is intact. I don't know how, but it is.
Split, please.
So there's Louis Duplan Freiburg getting ready to go. I'm sure some of you out there are wondering if the camera has actually been made by Timex, taking a licking and keep on ticking. But here we go, Louis Duplan Freiburg. Oh, looks like we've got a little bit of a tangle in the line, and It's a bit of a challenge keeping tangles out of jump ropes, especially on the finner portion, which is typically made out of Spectra.
Okay.
Now the Spectra are okay. Let's see if we can try this one again.
All right, sounds good.
All right, he's good now. That's good. That's reassuring. All right, there we've got Louis Deplon-Freiburg, the current world overall champion, won that title in 2023 last season over at Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Waterski School, and he has a residence there as well, and also won the European men's overall title last season as well. Took that title in San Gervasio, but has been pursuing overall tournaments during the course of this season, skiing on the World Water Skiers overall tour. And he's been doing pretty well with that. And we'll see if Louis Deplon-Freiburg, and this, from what I'm able to confirm from the dock, is going to be the last jumper of the day. So Freddie Krueger has decided not to go. Taylor Garcia, likewise. Luca Rockenwald are taking a pass on the second round, and Joel Poland as well. So the final 3 jumps in the second round belong to Louis Deplon-Freiburg. Here he comes. Ooh, trying to get a little bit higher of a seeding, I would say, but...
well, actually, I don't think they can change their seedings. That's based off of that first round, the top 6
okay.
They go through. So he's in 5th spot. He'll be 4th off the dock tomorrow night. I was just down at the dock and just checking in on Jack after that unfortunate fall. This will be the last skier. I think Freddie's a little bit injured in his elbow. He'll be fine for tomorrow night. And the other 3 skiers, hey, as a purely jump fan, water ski, enthusiast, I would love to see them go back out again and jump for us in the second round. But they've done their job. They've jumped far, and they're going to save their energy, save say things for tomorrow night, and hopefully we'll see some even bigger distances in the dark at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. And even though final 4 competitors.
And even though he laid an egg on that first jump, it's still 51 meters or 167 feet, which for a lot of people is a pretty much a dream scenario.
Yes, exactly. A jump like that is still a big jump for a lot of people, but. Louis, unfortunately, not finding his legs, and it's a shame for Jack Critchley there. I actually thought his setup, his turn looked really, really nice. He actually didn't look quite as panicked. He was in the course, but calm, and he looked pretty good through to the wakes, and just right in front of the ramp, just pulled up, and it's unfortunate. It's not what he wanted to happen in this sort of bonus Reparcharge round, is sort of to use it as to try and figure things out for tomorrow night, but I think he's going to be okay. He's whacked his hamstring with his other ski. Let's watch Louis come in on jump 2.
Here he comes.
Gets over his skis. Not quite
just
getting his legs.
The explosion. No. Just not the explosion that we used to seeing from him. Certainly the air form.
Yeah, that's there's always that scenario when the skier before you goes out and has a bit of a tumble. Mm-hmm. It wasn't. We call it a crash because he didn't really land right back on his skis. But it wasn't terrible. But he just got unfortunate with the way he went in. But it can kind of throw you off as the next competitor to go out there. It reminds you that can happen. Okay. It's still a good jump, 217. It's not as far as he went in the first round. And precisely what you said there, Tony, on the ramp, he just kind of sat down a little bit, didn't get the. And he does that so well. He loads into the bottom and really, really boots. Extends his legs. He's a strong guy. He works out a lot, and he usually can get his ramp work together.
It's 2 foot longer than his reciprocal jump in round number 1. So on jump number 2 in the first round, he actually jumped 215 feet or 65.6. So he's kind of ahead on that schedule.
And as you can see, there on your screen, there's Jack Critchley kind of working his way up the bank a little bit, and after talking to him, it's not pulled. His knee, his ankles are fine. It's just his hamstring. I think his ski when he landed, it whacked right into the back of his hamstring. So it's a bruise. I'm sure it's painful as anything. But hopefully he
can.
Have
you got an ice bucket somewhere?
Yeah, he's going to go jump in an ice bath and and try and get the swelling down, probably try and ease it out, get it massaged, and hopefully we'll see him back tomorrow night.
All right, here comes Louis Duplon-Freiberg. A longish turn here, very slow turn, and managing to just take that one. And I think that one is going to be the first out of the three. Nods over there to Sergei on the starting dock right there with our floating camera. One of our crew here from TWBC tracking him down. And I tell you what, this third and last jump distance, should have the legs here.
Yeah, I'm wondering because he definitely booted it. Like you can see, he got his extension, but maybe just lacked some speed because it's coming in as 66.1, exactly the same as he did on jump 2. I'm a little bit confused as to the distance there because things look good, but maybe just didn't have the same speed. Maybe you just got to put jumps 2 and 3 together. Came off a little bit on the left-hand side. Came off well, lost a little bit back to the boat, but I mean, he's definitely not found the same distance that our Final Four competitors were doing earlier. Some work to do for Louis, but he's going to figure things out for tomorrow night, and that rounds out this competition. The preliminary round number 2. Only 2 of our top 6 deciding to have another crack at it. It didn't go well for Jack Critchley, but hopefully, like I said, we will see him tomorrow. Louis kind of found a little bit more distance, 2:17.
Okay, this is the men's jump leaderboard in round number 2 out of the jumpers that are elected to compete. Dorian Llewellyn and Emil Ritter both are slotting themselves in the last 2 spots for our 8-person jump final tomorrow night. Dorian Llewellyn with 67.3, Emil Ritter with 66.6. And in third spot in this round, but already through to the next round, is Louis Duplon-Freiberg with a 66.1 with 2:17. Eduardo Morenzi, unfortunately, eliminated at this stage of the competition, so commiserations to him. And unfortunately, Igor Morozov falls in that category as well, unable to continue jumping into round number 2. But we wish those two the very best going along, as too we wish Jack Critchley a speedy recovery as he gets ready for tomorrow night's jump final. So we're pretty much done for today, I would say, Kyle. Anything that kind of stands out for you there?
I mean, everything stands out, doesn't it? It's been some crazy competition over the last 2 days. Yeah, we're wrapping it up for day 2. But anybody who's watching this, you've got to tune back in again for tomorrow night because these guys are all skiing so well.
All right, then. So here we go. That game show that's taken the world by storm. It is Pick Your Pass.
Are we just picking off of round 2 now? Is that what we're doing, or anything? I guess I think we're going to go out of rounds 1 and 2. So I'm going to see Jack's crash.
You know which one I'm going to pick.
And then, I'm sure you'll pick the longest jump we've seen so far of the season, which will be Joel's coming up. But here's Jack's crash, and I want to see what happened. Handle's a little high in the turn. He has a habit of doing that, but he was pretty smooth out of it. We're on board with him. Let's see this angle. Now he makes it on fine. And just looking, here's the landing.
And then there's the battery in the air as well.
It's a painful landing, it's tough when you kind of just sort of halfway back there. The skis hit, they can twist, they can hurt your ankles. But obviously one ski came flying off and somehow has whacked him in the back of the hamstring. So it's a shame there for Jack, but it's just slight moments. Everything else about that jump was really good. The turn, the cut, right in front of the jump, pulled up on it, and he's got the experience. He's a professional. He's won this event before. If he's fit enough, he'll figure stuff out, and he'll be back and performing for us tomorrow night.
All right, then. So getting ready to conclude our game, the pick your pass and or pick your jump, and I'm actually going to go with the longest women's jump, which is Hannah Stroltsova.
Well, this was the second round, wasn't it? And it was her third and final jump. She'd already posted a 193, which is her longest jump for the season, her PB, and then she went a couple feet further. She pushed it down the lake. We were wondering if she had more in the tank, and she did. She found 2 more feet, 195, 59.3, 2 feet away from the magical 60-meter mark, and 7 feet away from 200. She's inching ever so slightly closer and closer to that distance. That there's only one woman who's been over 200 feet. Can we see a second?
Maybe. All right, then that concludes our day's action here. This is the conclusion of the Elimination Round Series in the jump event. We've had 2 rounds of jumping for both men and women, some great competitive action. But be sure to rejoin us at 4 p.m. Tomorrow evening for the final rounds of the competition here at the 2024 King of Darkness. My big thanks go out to everyone here who has a stake in making sure that this competition is a complete success, including our crew for TWBC. And we thank those guys very much indeed, as I'm sure one of them is going to put some scuba gear on and try and recover that battery that Jack Critchley lost for us on as a result of that landing. But in the meantime, for Kyle Eade, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and until tomorrow night, it is ciao for now.